Good afternoon, Mayor. You're on.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the work session of Las Cruces City Council. Today is Monday, August 24th, 2020. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we begin, if you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so now we're going to have our pet of the week, and I believe Jennifer Martinez from our communications office will introduce him or her.
Good afternoon, Mayor. I am Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications office, and I would like to share with you Dyson. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, Dyson enjoys outdoor fun, whether it's running, playing fetch, or midday sunbathing. He is playful and attentive and enjoys being around others. There will never be another dull moment in your home if you do adopt this doggy. You can meet Dyson if you go to the Animal Service Center of the Mesilla Valley. The hours of operation are Monday through Friday, noon to 6 p.m., and on Saturday and Sunday, noon to 5 p.m. Of course, you will need to call to make a reservation to see Dyson. The number to call is 382-0018. As of right now, the off-site adoption events are canceled until further notice. But if you do want to adopt any cats or dogs that are available at the Animal Service Center, you can go to their website, ascmv.org/adoptions. They are $25 right now. You can go online, look for the animal that you might be interested in, call to make an appointment to see that animal. And again, that number is 382-0018. I'd like to have a call to action for foster families. The Animal Service Center is looking for volunteers and foster families. They provide a safe environment for pets while they await for their forever family. Of course, forever families save lives. They encourage playful, healthy, and friendly atmospheres. The Animal Service Center provides everything you'll need to care for your foster. You just have to supply love and attention. And you can find those foster applications, again, back at that website, ascmv.org. And Communications Office wants to always bring you some helpful COVID-19 information. Today, I have some useful numbers. If you don't have a pen handy, take out your cell phone and snap a screenshot of this screen. You can see some of the phone numbers that we have posted here. Coronavirus hotline, that's health-related questions that you may have. You can call 855-600-3453. And then if you have other coronavirus questions that are not health-related, like, what's going to happen with my school, or I need some information for job questions that are COVID-related, you can call the 1-833 number. That's 1-833-551-0581. If you didn't have a pen, if you didn't have a phone, and you can remember really well, just remember COVID-19loscruces.com. You can go to that website where we have links to all of these things that you can find there. Thank you very much, Mayor. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Jennifer. Did you say, did I hear that Dyson enjoys sunbathing?
Sunbathing. I think he likes to be outside a lot.
Okay, good. Well, good for Dyson. Okay. So now we're going to go to our jobs of the week. And I know Dr. Payades is here. I don't know if he's going to be introducing.
Mr. Mayor, good morning. Good afternoon, members of the City Council. Ms. Cindy Quilling from New Mexico Workforce Connections is going to be presenting the jobs of this week. Let me start sharing my screen, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. My name is Cindy Quillen. I'm the assistant one-stop operator for the New Mexico Workforce Connections, and I'm going to be going over this week's jobs of the week. First off, we have for the Juvenile Division Program Supervisor for the City of Las Cruces. Second, we have, and that will be closing on September the 7th. We also have a short order cook. There is one position available through Gas, Diesel, and More, and that position will be open until filled. We also have field service technician which is one position that is open with Megahertz Computer Consulting. We also have one program specialist and one finance manager position open through our South Central Council of Governments. Those positions will also be open until filled. We have one registered nurse and one custodian position open through Tresco Incorporated. Again, those positions will be open until filled. And we also have through our facilities and vehicle maintenance with our South Central Region Transit District. These are just a few of the positions that we have for this week, but for a full list of the jobs and internships, you can visit us at our website at www.employnewmexico.com, or you can also go to www.governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. For our information to get in touch with us with our New Mexico Workforce Connections, if there are any employers that are wanting to post jobs, or for our job seekers who are wanting to see what other positions are available, they can contact us at our local office here at 575-524-6250. Our office is located at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, Las Cruces, New Mexico, 88005. We do see one-on-one appointments, but you do need to call and schedule an appointment prior to coming to our office. And also, again, on that webpage, to see any further job seekers or to post a job is at our www.employnewmexico.com. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. Okay, so we have 4 items on the agenda, and the first one is called uncashed check. I have to tell you, I've been working back and forth on this issue for quite a while, and frankly, I'm at my wit's end, and so I thought, you know what, I'm just going to bring it to council and see what you decide. If you want to move forward and reissue this check, or I don't know. We've done a lot of investigating throughout the years to try to figure out what happened to it, and so it belongs to a business that Miss Barbara Wilbanks. It's called Professional Assessment. This was a company that the city used years ago, and then she uncovered the fact that a check was missing. And the reason why you see former Mayor Ruben Smith here is not only is he a good friend of Barbara, he actually delivered a check to me some 10 years ago. And frankly, after it was handed over, we still don't know what happened to this. It's a very unusual situation. And so I'm going to ask Mayor Smith if he would be so kind to kind of recant the situation and kind of fill in the highlights. And I know Barbara is available if there's any questions to be asked. So with that, I'm going to give it to the floor to Mayor Ruben Smith.
Mayor, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, absolutely.
This is the first time I've ever done this, so I even had to get dressed up for you. So I hope you appreciate that.
It's been a long time since I've seen you wearing a tie.
That's what my staff is telling me also, so I appreciate that.
It looks like you combed your hair.
Yes, and it hasn't been tainted or whatever you referred to earlier. You know, I wasn't going to start by telling you this, but you had made a comment that you don't know what happened to the check. I can tell you what happened to the check. Unequivocally, I can tell you that check has never been cashed. I wasn't going to start with that, but that's a good place to start.
Okay.
So you haven't told me to.
Hey, Mayor Smith, can you hold for just 1 second? Jennifer, our city attorney, when she puts her hand up, I need to jump in there real quick. Yes, Jennifer?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to advise that this matter has been, we've been told that this matter has been referred to the Attorney General. We've also been told that there may be some litigation. So I just want to caution you that there could be some possible litigation or could be some possible court setting. I'll let Barbara De Leon, if it's at all possible, talk about the facts of the case that we could talk about, but I just want to advise.
Okay, thank you.
You know, Mr. Mayor, first of all, let me give you, you hadn't asked for me to give my name. So my name is Ruben Smith. I'm a former mayor of Las Cruces, and normally I wouldn't say that. But I think under these circumstances, in particular, in light of what I just heard, my name and my reputation is involved in this process also, even though I'm not technically involved with a check. So let me tell you what, this is a very simple issue. I don't know what city staff and city attorney will tell you, but this happened way before they were there. When I was in office, this is regarding a check that was issued by the city in May of 2000 for the amount of $50,999.54 to Professional Assessment Center. Let me repeat, The check was issued by the city of Las Cruces in 2000 to what they refer to as PAC. So let me tell you a little brief history about PAC. During the time I was in office, they had a contract with the city of Las Cruces between 1993 and 2001 to provide mental health and substance abuse programs. And you're already leaving me. I'm just talking and you're leaving me.
You're looking for the original copy of the original check. I'm listening.
That's okay. All right. So the PAC Professional Assessment Center, of which Barbara Wilbanks was president, offered services to the city between 1993 and 2001. I'm going to fast forward so I can try to paint the picture that should be rather simple in essence. Between 2000 and 2006, at the request of Barbara's CPA, there seemed to be some discrepancies in her bookkeeping issue with the bookkeeper. They found Susana Martinez, who was DA at the time, through the investigation, found missing funds, and they found a former employee of theirs who had forged her signature on corporate checks to the tune of about $49,700. They found her guilty on 48 counts. I'm going to say of forgery. I think that's the right term. And she has served already 7 years in prison. She's out by now. At that time, the investigation did not come up with this missing check from the city. So now we're going to fast forward to 2010. Barbara decides to close down her practice. In closing down the practice, and she can state more specifically what you go through, but for these purposes, when she goes through and closes down, you have to go through a bunch of clients' information. A lot of it, I think, is to be referred. She found the uncashed check from the city of Las Cruces. I was going to say fortunately, but I think in these conditions, I'm going to have to say unfortunately, she gave me the check. And I said, Barbara, let me handle it. Give me the check. Let me take it into the city. And so if you recall, Mayor, I've got a letter here that I can hold up that obviously can't be read because it's lengthy, but it was to you, signed by Barbara Wilbanks, essentially stating the specifics about the uncashed check. And she was asking for guidance and support from the city to get that reimbursed. That was October 2010. A lot of time had passed, and unfortunately, the original check, the yours truly, left with the city of Las Cruces, can't be found. And so I said, Barbara, I apologize. I've done everything I can. And it was dropped. Now we're going to go to December 2018. At that time, State Tax and Rev came up with a different interpretation. I don't know if that's the right terminology or not. Your legal staff can tell me. That unclaimed property, such as the uncashed checks, can be and should be reimbursed at the request of the people who the check was written to. Now, you might say, well, that sounds all well and good. Well, why didn't you do that? Well, that's exactly what we were doing. And the example that we can use of how it should have been done even back in December of 2018 is that there's a reimbursed check issued by former Governor Gary Carruthers, who was then provost in New Mexico State, chancellor, pardon me, who was the original owner of, I believe it was Cimarron
Healthcare.
Insurance.
Yeah.
And then he sold it to Molina. Keep in mind, by the time that Barbara contacted Governor Carruthers, he had left it, he had sold it. But all he did realizing what had happened. There was an uncashed check, should made out to PAC. That was reimbursed in February 2019, 3 months later. Now we're going to go current to 2019, when we had a follow-up meeting, if you recall, Mayor, regarding this issue. Well, we were left with the impression, in order for us to do this, Mr. Mayor and Barbara, you're going to have to prove that that check is still uncashed. So you're going to have to go through and go with the state tax and rev through unclaimed property, I believe for the past, don't hold me to this, for the past 10 years at your expense, and prove to us that that check still isn't uncashed. Well, Barbara, through a lot of time and energy and expended money, had gone through that process, and she was told you should actually go through the city librarian so that they can assist you in this discovery. There's a letter that I have here from your Margaret Neal, who's the library administrator who assisted Barbara. Went back, and the check has never been cashed. It was never reported. It was never on the information system of the tax and rev. And also, the important part to the city, the check was never reported as unclaimed by the city of Las Cruces. So we're here kind of groveling, and it makes me a little upset. I don't know if you can hear that in my voice, groveling for this city. When I was in office, issued a check for $50,000 to this lady who provided services to the city of Las Cruces employees. And now what I hear is that there's possible litigation. I'd like to know who the litigation is on part of. Barbara, I just asked her if she's initiated anything. If somebody else has, we don't know about it. But this is something really, Mr. Mayor, that back then, I don't know about now, back then, if we could have provided this kind of information, this should be handled administratively, not by groveling to go in front of city council and mayor and now plead with you, can you please reimburse this lady with a check the city wrote way back in 2000 that has never been cashed? So that's my presentation on behalf of Barbara. She is right here to my side to answer any specific questions you might have. But that's kind of the point that we're at. It might sound like too simple of a case until lawyers get involved, and all of a sudden you have excuses as to why it shouldn't be. It's too old. It goes way back then. But there's examples, and the one example that is here nearby is with Molina and Governor Gary Carruthers. So that's, Mr. Mayor, that's my presentation.
Well, thank you, Mayor Smith. Let me just ask you, do you have anything that did you ask to make any type of presentation of any copies of any checks of anything or no?
Mr. Mayor, no, not really. I mean, we've got copies of a letter from Barbara Wilbanks to you dated October 23rd, 2010. There's a copy of a letter from me to you.
Okay. Okay. No problem. Let me, and I know there's a question from one of the counselors and from Barbara, but Barbara, you can just hold on for just a second. David, did you get that text that I sent you specifically, that the check that was dated on May 2nd? Can you put that up on the screen so the council members can see exactly what a check looks like?
Yes, sir. I do have that, Mayor. If you can give me a second, I'm copying it onto my computer and then I'll share it. I will raise my hand so that you see that I'm ready to share it.
Okay, let me, I know Barbara's going to share with us the details of what they were able to uncover. Councilor Abeyta-Stuvy, did you have a quick comment you wanted to make?
I have a few questions, but if it's Barbara De Leon, I'll hold my question until after she speaks.
Okay, good. I appreciate that. Yeah, I want you to see what the check looks like, and this could very well be. The part that I'm not aware of is whether or not it was billed in May and the check would have been dated in June, or was it billed in April and the check would have been dated in May? Yes, David Maestas.
I will share the screen now, Mayor, so that you can see the first picture that you sent me, and then let me know when you're
Okay.
ready for the second one. I will share that one as well.
Okay, so this check is a copy of, and this may be the actual check that's missing, but this is just the front. Oh, I don't know what happened here. The
Sorry,
front
Mayor.
part of it dated May 2nd, the year 2000. Made out to professional assessment for $50,999.54. And this was drawn on, if you notice, the bank is First Security Bank of New Mexico, which was the bank that purchased Wells Fargo. First National Bank when Senator Papin had the bank, and then after his after he passed away, and I believe the family, they sold it to this company here. So, Mayor Smith and Barbara, is this, to your knowledge, would this be the actual check, a copy of the check, the uncashed check that's dated May 2nd, 2000?
We had a contract in fiscal 2000, so there should be 12 checks issued by the city. I have an example in front of me. This would be this particular month, yes.
But
And
I think isn't this the check that's in question, the actual month that's in question?
We believe that that is the month that was missing.
Okay. Yeah, I think it is as well.
But see, where it says invoice April, it was always April services throughout southern New Mexico were reimbursed the following month. So
Yes.
when we met with you, we are missing a May check. This one is April.
Well, and see, that's kind of the confusion. This was dated on May, so I didn't know what you were saying when you said a May check. I didn't know if it was the one that's dated for May or for May's services rendered, and that's the part that we're not sure of.
There is
Oh, okay, so
when the CPA went through, she could not find 12 issued checks for the fiscal year. So I believe that might be it, or it may be the following one.
okay, all right. So let Barbara De Leon kind of share with the council what she's been able to uncover for the last. I don't know. You've been working on this for at least a year, Barbara, have you not?
That's correct. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Barbara De Leon, Interim Assistant City Manager. And yes, this was brought to my attention over a year ago, and we have conducted quite a bit of research into it as well to understand the circumstances and the processes associated with our payments to vendors, appropriately accounting for these expenditures, with the state unclaimed property process, et cetera. So just a few highlights from the actions that we took to get a better understanding of the situation. After we received the information from Ms. Wilbanks, we did verify that the PAC was a vendor with the city during this time period. The services were rendered in fiscal year 2000, and the expenditure, the check was issued May 2nd, or the check that we understand is the one in question was issued May 2nd of 2000. And so the payment to this vendor was appropriately expensed in the fiscal year in which we received the services. Our process is such that if there is an uncashed check or if the payment has not been cashed by the vendor, the state requires us to make outreach to the vendor and let them know, be notified that the check is uncashed. If no response is received from the vendor, then the amount of the uncashed check is turned over to the state so that they may administer the unclaimed property process. Our process is such that we typically turn over funds to the state that are unclaimed 1 year after a check has been issued and has been uncashed. The state actually allows for a longer period of time during which we could hold on to that unclaimed property, but the process has been to send it to the state after 1 year. That would be after notification. What happens is in a fiscal year, we would consolidate all of the unclaimed property and issue one check to the state for that entire amount of money. So effectively, that closes the books on our side for the expenditure. We've already recognized it in our financial statements, and the amount that has not been cashed by the vendor gets paid to the state so that they can then take over the process of keeping those funds until they're claimed by the owner. We would, because the check was issued in 2000, we would have been required to pay the funds to the state if it was uncashed by the year 2005. However, it is more likely that we followed the process and paid it out the following year, 2001 or 2002, depending on when I think we typically issued the check in November. So it would have been November of 2002. Because of retention schedules for detailed working papers and documents of this sort, we no longer have the detailed documents because we follow our required retention schedules. I've worked with the records manager here at the city to look to see what we could find, but quite a bit of time has elapsed. And so we don't have any detailed records related to this particular transaction. I will say that the research that was conducted by the librarian or facilitated by the librarian to assist with this was to look for the notices that the state is required to post for unclaimed property, which they do through our local media. The library has access to the years 2004 to present for electronic copies of media to look for these notices. However, as I indicated, because our process has been to send these notices or these unclaimed property to the state 1 year after the checks haven't been cashed, it's likely that the notices would have been prior to 2004. We did find documentation in from 2006 that indicated that checks, which included the check number for this vendor check, for the $50,000 check for this vendor, were part of a resolution that went to council for destruction of records, again, just in compliance with our retention schedules. And so that was the last bit of information that I was able to find about this check. So in summary, services were rendered in the year 2000. We expensed the amount of the vendor check in that year and accounted for it properly in that year. We would have complied with the state process for unclaimed property, but we do not have the detailed records to indicate that. We just have the typical process that we go through in order to be compliant. I also will mention that I work with Ms. Wilbanks to go through the state unclaimed property website. We did find some other checks that were out there, and we initiated the process of getting those funds returned to her. But we did not find the amount of the $50,000 check on the state website. And I don't know if there's been any outreach directly to the state by Ms. Wilbanks, but that was also advised. Thank you.
Barbara, let me ask you real quick. You said something about a resolution about unclaimed property.
Yes.
You just, and it almost sounded like you said regarding this check. Did you know that for sure?
It was actually a resolution regarding the destruction of records.
Right?
Mayor, Barbara DeLeon, Interim Assistant City Manager. It was Resolution 07-001 signed July 3rd, 2006. It just pertained to the destruction of records that had satisfied their legal retention schedules. And it listed checks from one number to another number that were part of the destruction of records. And the check in question, the check number in question was included in that list of checks.
What check number are you showing that was in question?
I have a check number C04077739, which was the one that was shown earlier.
That was the one that's shown earlier. So repeat that one more time then. So
a resolution signed on July 3rd, 2006 for the destruction of records that had satisfied their legal retention schedules included the check number in question. And that would have indicated that, again, we would have expensed that from an accounting standpoint. If it was unclaimed property, it would have been turned over to the state, and it had met its retention schedule. We no longer needed to retain that information.
okay, so to me, this is a new development. I have never heard of this resolution. So if I may just take it from this point forward. First off, for my colleagues, I know you probably think, how this check's dated 2000. No, it was in 2010 when she came about this, when she was closing her business, someone spotted a box full of records, and that's when they found a bunch of uncashed checks in there. So don't think that she's had it for 10 years and for 20 years. That's when the process started, when they found it. So Barbara, let me just ask you real quick. So getting back to this just destruction of records, if it had been cashed, then there would have this check number would never have appeared, correct?
Mayor and Council, Barbara DeLeon, for the record, that's not necessarily true, because we have records for both checks that are cashed and checks that are uncashed. We have a number of financial records that we maintain as per our retention schedules. And when we've met those schedules, we destroy those, but we don't have, there's nothing that says that if it's uncashed, it gets destroyed or doesn't get destroyed, or if it's cashed, it gets destroyed. It's just a record that's part of our financial reporting process.
I see. Okay. So I'm sorry. I thought maybe it was like a group of checks that were destroyed, and because for whatever reason. Okay. Let me turn it over to Councilor Beta-Stuvey so she can ask any
May I speak, Mayor? This is Barbara Wilbanks. May I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
In 2010, when I was closing our state license clinic, we went over to off-premises where mental health facilities store closed patient files. When you close a state licensed mental health clinic, you have to refer patients to other mental health providers. And in those closed patient files, we located this check signed by Honorable Mayor Ruben Smith and Barbara Willis. When we discovered the check and sent you the letter, and the original check was delivered back to the city, was 2 months prior to the retention period of 10 years required by the state of New Mexico. So if I'm understanding Barbara DeLeon, who helped me, and I appreciate that, but if records were destroyed, then how does she know the records weren't retained for 10 years if they were destroyed in 2006? So my CPA, after 4.5 years of being investigated because of this stolen check, the city of Las Cruces stolen check in that year. I don't know if it was a May date or a June date, but there was a missing funds. And when over the past 2 years, since 2018, in fact, I have been in contact with the state of New Mexico Unclaimed Property. If a check was stolen, as in this instance, it may have been assumed that it was cashed, but the original check was returned within that 10-year retention period by the mayor who signed the check. In fact, state of New Mexico Unclaimed Property said that there are consequences if a state licensed provider requests that the check be reissued. It should be granted because there's a process that Barbara mentioned in part. Ms. DeLong mentioned in part. If indeed the city of Las Cruces had followed procedures, they would have had an escheat officer. Can you tell me who the escheat officer was in 2000 and 2001 and 2002? Barbara, who was that?
I don't even know what an SG office is.
It's the officer within the city who reports, let's say, a payroll check is cashed. We were more than a vendor. We provided services since 1993 for all the city employees and their families. A lot of hard work for this. But the escheat officer has to try to contact the provider. They have to send written notices. There's a whole trail of trying to notify the vendor or the provider. And then when they make that report that Barbara mentioned in 2002 to the state of New Mexico Unclaimed Property, there are no records at the state of New Mexico Taxation or Revenue. There are no records for that period of time from the city of Las Cruces.
Okay.
And we did return the check within the 10-year retention period required by the state.
Barbara Wilbanks, let me try to let Barbara DeLeon answer a couple of your concerns, please.
Surely, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Barbara DeLeon, Interim Assistant City Manager for the record. Yes, Ms. Wilbanks, I do not know the name of this escheatment officer. We do have an escheatment officer. You're absolutely correct. We have a process that runs through the Financial Services Department every year to identify checks that have not been cashed and to provide the due diligence notice to the vendors to let them know that the checks have not been cashed. It is a lengthy process. It's a process that we utilize the contact information of record to do if and so we are required to have someone in that position to carry out those functions every year. And so I can tell you that it is our practice to comply with the unclaimed property requirement to issue the due diligence notice. It will be issued to the address of record for the vendor. And I can, again, tell you that because of the amount of time that has passed and our record retention schedules, we do not have the detailed documentation to support in this particular instance that a letter was sent out, but it is part of the process that we follow to notify vendors who have uncashed checks or unclaimed property.
May I respond? For clarification, the 6 years of microfilm that Ms. Neal provided through the city of Las Cruces, it actually covered the years of fiscal 1999 through 2002. You just said there are no records. On microfilm, it covered fiscal 1999 to 2002, and then, or 2003, and then 2010 through 2013. There are no reports from the City of Las Cruces as chief officer to the state.
May I respond, Mayor?
I think a solution might be if you could locate 12
Mayor, you're on
checks.
mute. I don't think Barbara was able to hear you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Barbara DeLeon. Go ahead and respond, please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. Barbara DeLeon. So the information I had from Ms. Neal was that the electronic records covered 2004 to the present, that there were some difficulties in locating all the dates for which the inserts ran, that in some cases, the company that digitized the newspaper did not digitize the insert. So that's what I was referring to with respect to the dates in question that may not have covered the period in which we would have turned over the funds to the states. And then the state would have been required to issue the notice in periodicals with respect to the unclaimed property. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
All right, let me go to the council members, please. Barbara Wilbanks, and they have some questions, and then we'll come back to you all. So Councilor Beda-Stuvi, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. And, this is concerning, and at any point, if any of my questions, Jennifer Vega-Brown, please feel free to stop me because I'm honestly a little concerned and confused about this situation here. I have a few brief, more like yes or no questions for Ms. Wilbanks and Mayor Smith, just to get a handle of this situation. This check was issued for services in the year 2000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that, I think I was 15 back then. So this is quite a ways ago. Was issued. Was there any what accounting practices were going on that made a check of this nature get missed? I don't know about you, but $50,000 is quite a lot of money. And so I'm wondering what happened that allowed this to not get the oversight to get missed on this.
I can explain that. During this period of time from 2000 to 2006, my corporate financials were examined by the district attorney, Susana Martinez, and a team of investigators and detectives in response to my CPA's notification and my reporting of missing funds from our corporate checkbooks and deposits. After the 4.5-year investigation, they located the employee who stole this particular check. And so
they stole this check. So then I think that everything this was reported, this check in itself was reported stolen back in 2006?
No, it was located in 2010, but I was asked what was going on with the accounting. And I'm just explaining that during this, from 2000 through 2006, we notified, my CPA notified me, and we notified Susana Martinez, who was district attorney, of missing funds.
And then it took, after 2006, it still took 4 more years to find this check then.
Yes, in 2010, we found the check.
May I ask why it took so long to find this missing item if you knew that there was an investigation and there was possible mismanagement?
No, the investigation had to do with forgery, 48 counts of forgery on corporate checks, not reimbursement checks like the City of Las Cruces.
At that point, when obviously it seems like there was a lot going on with your company at the time, did you After the 2006, did you guys, is that when your CPA started investigating and looking for other errors?
In 2007, the employee was indicted for 48 counts of forgery of corporate checks.
Yes,
We had not even located the City of Las Cruces check to 2010.
thank you. I understand that portion. What I'm asking is if this company was having financial troubles and possible mismanagement, after that, there was obviously a gap of time, that 4 years, when you realized that there was some other items going on. Did you start looking into other errors in 2006, or did you wait for another 4 years?
For 20 years, there was no mismanagement, no problems with any financials in our clinic until the forgery of this one employee. And we are the ones that reported it and asked for detectives to come in and find out who did this. And it had nothing to do with mismanagement. We have been state licensed since 1993. And until I closed my business, no record of mismanagement or financial troubles or anything. It was just this one employee.
A missing check is very concerning, especially one that's been missing before for 10 years before it was found is very concerning. And
excuse me, but they went through our corporate finances for almost 5 years. They went through everything, could find no problem with our clinic. And it's very confusing because the 48 counts of forgery of corporate checks, which we alerted Susana Martinez to, that investigation involved 48 counts of forgery of corporate checks because she was the runner between the CPA and the bank, and it looked exactly like my signature.
okay,
So, but the point is that there was no financial mismanagement, and that amount that she forged was $50,000. But at that time, they didn't know how much she had forged. So it's confusing because the two amounts are so much alike. All we know is.
Let me interject something here real quick, Barbara Wilbanks and Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey. I think, if I recall, and speaking to you and Mayor Smith, is that it wasn't until you were closing your business in 2010. I think what Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey was trying to find out is if you knew this check was missing, why did it take 4 years? But you didn't know, according to what you told me, you didn't know it was missing until you were putting records away. And
Right.
you found some other checks. That's where they were talking. That's what Mayor Smith was talking about Molina Healthcare. You found like a file, and there were checks that came out, and that's where you found this missing check. That's what I think what Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey is trying to find out.
And
that
there were other checks located, and my attorney, Mr. Cervantes, is, as soon as this virus is over, is going to try to get those checks reissued from Blue Cross Blue Shield and other HMOs.
other companies.
But it wasn't until 2010 that we found these checks.
So you came,
Passed away.
Ms. Wilbanks, you came to the city then in 2010 once you found that check asking for a reissuance?
Yes, ma'am.
Go to?
That's correct.
Who was your contact person to ask for that?
Honorable Mayor Rosen.
Councilor Stuvey, if I could interject, that's what I was trying to get a point. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear enough to begin with. During the time I was mayor is when all this was happening. During the time I was mayor is when these checks were issued. During this time, I thought I would be the one that very, very clearly would be able to take the check in, take the original check into the city of Las Cruces, and show that it was not cash.
Did you contact legal at that point?
I'm sorry?
Did you contact legal and I would assume risk management as well at that point?
Councilor Stuvey, no. I went to the mayor. I'm sorry?
Who did you notify when you found this out?
I just told you that I went to the mayor and there was one other individual there. I don't know if it was the accounting person. I believe there was somebody else there, but in answering your question originally, let me go back to what you were asking Barbara.
Wait, Mayor Smith, hold on. You would have given it to me and I would, if anyone was with me, it would have been the city manager, would have been maybe Terrence Moore at that time, possibly Robert Garza, but most likely Terrence Moore. And then after that, then we don't know what happened to that, Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
So may I ask a legal, when they found out about this issue? And
Mayor and Council, this is Jennifer Vega Brown. I don't know the exact date. It was about the time that Barbara DeLeon found out about it when we started getting a lot of questions. It's been probably close to a year.
almost a year. Okay, so that's almost another 10-year gap in between those two times. May I ask Mr. Smith, or Mayor Smith, that's still another long gap of time. Why would we not, if this was such an issue, maybe why is it getting pressed now? Why wasn't it getting pressed back in 2010 to 2011? And for those I would say, why the gap?
That's, Councilor Stu, that's an excellent question, and I'm going to take full responsibility. Under the conditions of what transpired with me having the original check in hand, delivering it to the city, I left it at that. I said, this has got to be a no-brainer. Here's the uncashed check, and it'll be taken care of. I dropped the ball. Barbara is the kind of person, once you get to know her, she's not going to get pushy about this, so she scratched it off, well, just let that one go. Until 2018, when there's a new interpretation by Tax and Rev. And that's when we initiated this process all over again. And at that time is when the example of Molina Healthcare kicked in. It's a perfect example of the same set of circumstances under which we find us with the city of Las Cruces. Does that help you any?
Yes, so that means that you were okay with letting the money go beforehand, but now that laws have changed, you feel that it is apt to try to regain that money even though.
You're exactly right. Because of the changes in the regulations, I'm going to call it at the Tax and Rev, there was another opportunity of going back in to try to recoup these kind of uncashed checks.
My next questions are for staff. And I realize that it's been about 20 years since this was issued, so records have changed. And, internet and electronic stuff. So it's going to be very different and hard. I assume now that we have processes that would be able to track this sort of error in the future and within the next fiscal year, be able to account for any uncashed checks, that we have those processes in place.
Looks like Barbara DeLeon wants to speak.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Barbara DeLeon for the record. And yes, Councilor Beta-Stubbe, I would not characterize this as an error necessarily, but it's a process that we go through every year. We issue many checks and many payments for contractors and vendors for various goods and services that we receive. And then we track all of them to ensure that the payments are being cashed. It's part of our due diligence, part of our financial reporting, part of our responsibility to comply with our accounting principles, and then again, to comply with the state requirements. And now we have a very straightforward process where, again, as I mentioned, 1 year after we issue a payment, if it is not cashed, we do our due diligence reporting at the address of record for the vendor to let them know that the funds have not been cashed. And then after the appropriate elapsed time, the funds then are paid to the state and properly accounted for again, so that we can maintain the appropriate financial accounting in each fiscal year and not carry liabilities forward or those kinds of risks to our financial position.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Rubin, did we have these same practices back in 2000?
Councilor Stubbe, are you really expecting an answer from the former mayor about that? Those are administrative issues, and I think you've just been explained by your city attorney, acting city manager. Those are administrative issues. Councilors, mayor don't get involved in that. I'm sorry, we just don't.
I make sure that I think that we need to be well aware of those types of issues, though. That is our responsibility and duty. So to make sure we know what is going on. And so I assume that during then we would want to have these same types of processes in place to make sure that we are accounting for our checks and accounting for proper procurement and payment for vendors. And so I just want to make sure that we continue to uphold the standards that we have now. And I do question why this check got missed back in 2000. And then the processes, this makes me very uncomfortable, this situation, the whole thing, to be perfectly honest. And I'm wondering how and what led up to something like this getting missed and for us to be seeing it 20 years later. Those are all the questions I have for now, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bredas Stubbe. I do have one quick question before I go to Councilor Bencomo. Back to Barbara De Leon. Barbara, earlier when you were telling me about the resolution that was passed, and you said that this check number 407739 did appear on that voucher or the list, correct?
Mayor and Council, Barbara De Leon, for the record, yes, that is correct.
Okay, is it fair to say that this list just has a bunch of lists of check numbers and amounts?
It has a list of check numbers.
It doesn't have amounts?
I would have to go back and look at the actual documentation.
Oh, how hard would that be to just glance at it real quick?
So I have it here with me. It has a list of check numbers and a list of dates during which those checks were issued. It does not have amounts for each check because it's groups of checks.
Okay, so nothing has an amount on it then?
Correct.
Okay, never mind. All right, Councilor Bencomo and Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to Councilor Bredas Stubbe for her questions. Help clarify several things for me. I think my biggest question is, given what Mayor Smith just said regarding these processes being administrative, why this is at a work session, given that it does feel like a very administrative issue.
Okay, that's a good question, Councilor Bencomo. Let me explain this. You know, I asked some hard questions of staff. And frankly, if a check was outstanding, then you would think that this would be like, just like a normal person who would balance their checkbook, you know, the city has to account for funds. So if this was actually missing, then it would show up in our audit. So I asked to see if there was any findings of audits that showed that it was off. Well, we can't find those audits. Then I was told, this is the part that I don't particularly like. I was told by staff that that it was actually filed through the state and it was done properly through the state. I'm now being told through the state has no record of this. So I'm like, okay, you know, where I'm at, where am I at here? And you ask, why is this being brought up to work session? Because the city council, if they felt it was necessary to move forward with this pending the legality of it, the validity of it, if the council would say, you know what, I think we want to move forward to support this and reimburse this, then that's what staff does. Or I have to do a resolution and then we vote on it, or not. This, you know, this, I'm at my end because I don't know. This is something here I've never encountered in all my years in public office. Okay. And so this is why I feel I need to disclose it to council and let the chips fall where they may, because I agree. I mean, just like what Councilor Beta Stuvey, I mean, these are the same questions I was asking Mayor Smith and others, like, you gotta be kidding. I mean, I don't remember who I turned it over to in 2010, you know, I mean, there you go. I mean, I've got other things that I deal with, and then 8 years later or 9 years later, and it's like, where'd this thing come from? But I have to give the benefit of the doubt, excuse me, that I think what really got me is when they said they were moving files to pack it away to, I don't know if it was American Document Services or whatever. And I don't know if a box fell and all of a sudden these checks fell out, and they thought, oh my goodness, these are checks from a long time ago. And they weren't even aware of it. And then they reconstructed it. They went back to a few of these vendors and they reissued checks. And that's why Mayor Smith said, hey, you know, if they reissued them, why can't the city do it? So that's what started the process, trying to figure out, where did this check go? I mean, yeah, I agree. It's 20 years old, but what am I gonna do? Just, I don't feel that it's fair for me to just tell them, you know what, we can't do this. Now, if the council says, you know what, this has enough merit to move it forward for resolution for a vote, okay. If the council says, yeah, I don't know, I don't think so. Okay,
So
well, stops here.
thanks, Mayor. And I mean, I guess it's true that some hard questions need to be asked of all parties involved, I think, because I'm wondering, was Barbara De Leon involved in this 10 years ago? 2009, 2010?
I don't think so. And I'm pretty sure she wasn't. But one last thing before I get to her. What Mayor Smith and understandably why he's little, because his credibility is being questioned. He literally hand delivered that. Do I remember that? Yeah, not really. I mean, we'd see him often. I can't remember specifically, but I believe him that he dropped it off to the city. And I mean, why would he have a check that was 10 years old and never been cashed and given by Barbara? So anyways, I'll turn it over to Barbara De Leon so she can.
No, I didn't have any questions for Barbara. I just think
I'm sorry.
Barbara is fielding a lot of tough questions, and she wasn't involved 10 years ago, right?
Well,
So
staff had her researched all this.
Right. I have a couple questions for Ms. Wilbanks, though, because I'm curious about Barbara. I understand about the missing checks and that you found them 10 years later, and checks, right? More than one. At what point in 10 years did your business not realize that you were missing thousands of dollars?
I tried to explain, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but we did report the missing funds and deposits of at least over $50,000. The confusion is where does that $50,000 fall? When we didn't just find this check. Legally, state licensed mental health clinics or state licensed clinics have to keep records of patients. And when they leave the clinic, that patient file is closed, but it has to be secured for 10 years. So this employee stashed, unbeknownst to us, before she was incarcerated for 7 years, she stashed this city check. She stashed it in a closed patient file. We went through at American Documents in 2010, we went through those closed patient files where she had stashed some of the checks away. The city check that I'm asking to be reissued. And since Ruben had signed it along with Barbara Willis, and I don't know who the interim city manager was or who else was in that, but when I gave Ruben the check when we found it, I also gave him a letter dated October 23rd, 2010 to Ken, requesting that it be reissued because it's usual and customary if a clinic is state licensed and has been providing services to the city of Las Cruces employees and their families since 1993,
Right. Can I ask you,
That it
can I ask
be
you how long your contract was with the city from 1993 through?
Yes, we were reimbursed from 1993 for 7 years, up to 2000. And then there was an RFP that went out that was very competitive in 2000, and my clinic won it again for another year to 2001. And that's when the city moved from self-insured to managed care. And I think the contract went in 2001 to Blue Cross Blue Shield.
So then
But-
from 2000 to 2001, you were supposed to be paid 12 checks.
Yes,
And you received 11 of those checks?
yes.
Okay.
But that's only after, a 5-year investigation by the district attorney and the whole slew of detectives.
Thank you, Ms. Wilbanks.
Thank you.
Barbara, De Leon, I have a question for you. Can you just go through, can you help me clarify the unclaimed property situation at the state? So it appears that Ms. Wilbanks had some unclaimed property at the state, correct, when they did an investigation, but this check was not part of that, this 50,000?
So thank you. Yes, Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, Barbara De Leon for the record. What happened was when I met with Ms. Wilbanks to go over the state unclaimed property process and just to explain how that works, I indicated that she could go online and search for unclaimed property, and we did that while we were here in my office, and we did find, I believe it was two payments that were being held by the state in the name of her former firm. And so we initiated the process to have those funds returned to her. We did not see the amount of the $50,000 at the state. It's possible that it was paid out in a previous year. There are a number of possibilities. There are a number of unknowns from the state standpoint about what may or may not have been there or reported in terms of how they tried to contact people, the notifications, again, that we search for from the library to see what kind of notifications went out, et cetera. But yes, I did assist in taking a look at the website, and we did find a couple of payments that were out there.
And Barbara, so nowhere in, and I understand the keeping of records, and remind me how long that is, 10 or 7 years?
Actually, there's a different retention schedule for different types of records. For financial records, depending on if they're checks, if they're contracts. So I can't really give you a blanket amount of time, but we have a very detailed schedule that our records manager helps us to keep in compliance with every year. Generally, it's less than 5 years for most financial records.
Okay. And so we have nothing to show whether that $50,000 was taken out of our account or not?
What we have, Councilor Bencomo, sorry, this is Barbara De Leon again. What we have records of at this point are our financial statements, our audits, and the Mayor mentioned earlier that something to the effect that we couldn't find audits. We have our audited financial statements. What we don't have to keep and don't keep from a record retention standpoint are the working papers that have a lot of the details for individual transactions. Those are the types of records that are not required to be kept and aren't kept generally. And those are the kinds of records that would allow us to get to this level of granularity or detail with respect to specific financial transactions.
Yeah, that makes sense. And again, why I'm feeling uncomfortable that this isn't being handled administratively, given how granular
Yes.
this is. So does the state then keep unclaimed property forever?
I believe that the state is, sorry, Mayor and Councilor Bencoma, Barbara DeLeon for the record. The state is required to, once property is turned over to them, unclaimed property is turned over to them, they are required to hold it until it is claimed. And so there is quite a detailed kit that they put out for how to submit unclaimed property to the state, the types of information that's required, of course, the time frame in which it's required. What is the responsibility of the holder, which would be the city? What is the responsibility of the owner, which would be the person who, or the entity making the claim? What is the responsibility of the state? And so it's a very thorough and well-documented process, and again, includes the requirement for notifications, et cetera, and for retention of documentation.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. I don't have any further questions, Mayor. I'm just, a few months ago, there was a conversation we had about there being some unpaid overtime that was very unjust, right? And by no means am I someone who doesn't believe in paying people what they're owed. Absolutely. There is a lot about this, though, that I am really unclear and uncertain about, and definitely want to get it resolved before try every single avenue to find more detailed information about the process and the chain of documents before it gets to a point where whether we're talking about reissuance or not, because there's just too many pieces about this that are unclear on all parties.
No, absolutely, Councilman Como. And I don't know if you, because this is very confusing, but I don't know if you heard Mayor Smith say that it wasn't until there was a new interpretation in the law, and he thought it was around 2018, could have been 2017, that allowed for state licensed providers to be reimbursed for services rendered when the checks were never cashed. And so earlier, I think when they discovered this check, they probably, and I think I heard him say, they pretty much just wrote it off. But it wasn't until years later, I don't know where they found this, but there was a new interpretation by the state of New Mexico that they would be allowed to file for checks that weren't cashed for services rendered. And that's why that big gap. It is. Yes, Mayor Smith.
If you don't mind, just a couple of comments. If you go back through the history of this, there were many steps that were obviously could have been done differently, should have been done differently, should have looked at different administrative rules and regulations, which technically policymakers shouldn't be involved in. But here's what I can tell you. There were missteps. I would imagine, she's going to probably slap me when we're finished. There were probably missteps on the part of Ms. Wilbanks. There was clearly missteps on the part of the city of Las Cruces. But nevertheless, the fact of the matter is there is one uncashed check that if you want to point the finger at Barbara for not finding it years earlier, although there was a 4-year investigation of all her books, you could point the finger at me for being stupid enough to leave the damn check with the city. I could point the finger at Mayor Miyagashima, which I'm not going to do. I could point the finger all over the place, but the fact remains we're all responsible for the mess that we're in right now. And I feel badly for one company, one person who gave damn good mental health and substance abuse programs to the city of Las Cruces that we received nothing but accolades. And because there's a screw up either on her part, the accounting part, the district attorney's part, the city of Las Cruces, the fact remains she is out $50,000. So I think this is a simple issue. If you think she did something so totally unjustly, put the thing down. Don't give her a damn penny and just move on and we'll forget about it. If you think what's been done is really awkward as hell, which it is, that's why I'm involved in this thing, trying to clarify the issue, then let's try to justify it and make things right. I don't think it does any good right now to go back and rethrash, point the finger. The fact of the matter is, as I started out, we've got an uncashed check. It has not been cashed. There is no record of the city being reported through the tax and rev unclaimed property. And so here we sit. So I think it's basically more simple than we want to get into, because I know there's a lot of things we can learn out of this, but it's not gonna change this particular issue that we're dealing with right now.
Okay. All right. So Councilor Bencomo, do you have anything else before I go to Councilor Vasquez?
Sure. I want to make clear that I'm not pointing the finger at anybody, that this issue was brought to us as council. And so I want to have all the information necessary before making a decision about taxpayer dollars, right? And I want to be shown for sure that this $50,000 was in fact never taken out of the city's bank account, right? That it wasn't taken out, that somebody didn't claim it from the state. I mean, it seems like there were some pretty shady people dealing with some of this business's financial management. So I just want to make sure that the $50,000 remained within the city before we issue it to someone, so it isn't issued twice.
Well, yeah, Councilor Bencomo, that's what they were trying to say. We can't hold on to money. We're supposed to give it back to the state to show that, hey, there's some unclaimed money here. And that's, earlier, I think you heard Barbara De Leon say that they found a couple of things unclaimed, but this was not one of them. Let me just do this. And I'm still going to go to Councilor Vasquez and Councilor Sorg, and I know there's others that want to speak. Mayor Smith, if I remember when you said something about 10 years or something 2 months to go, is it you or Barbara Wilbanks that said something about almost like there was a clock that was only good for 10 years? Was that you who said something about we had 2 months left and you dropped it off to the city, or no? Was I just hearing?
I think Barb said that. Let me have her respond.
What was that? Was there like a limitation of say 10 years or something like that, Barbara? Is that what you were trying to get at, Barbara Wilbanks?
Well, there is usually, at least in 2000, clinics have to keep patient files for 10 years.
Oh, okay. But you said something about 2 months, that you had 2 months to go.
Oh, what I meant, before that 10-year limitation of time to reissue a check,
Yeah.
2 months before fiscal 2010, in October, I believe.
Who had the 10-year limitation? Whose interpretation is the 10-year limitation on?
That's a limitation placed on clinics to keep patient files.
Well,
But the 2000 check, we wrote you a letter, and when Reuben returned the original uncashed check, there was also a letter to you dated October, I think it was October 23rd, 2010.
mhm.
So I was talking about from the 2000 issuance of the original uncashed check, 2 months before that 10-year period of time, Reuben returned the check to the city.
Yeah, I got that part, but I got the impression that there was a 10-year statute of something, of limitations of some sort, that the check had to be, as long as you could find it within 10 years, it could be reissued or recashed. But you're just saying that was just a number of years that you have to hold on to the records. Is that what you're trying to say?
Right, but also taxation and revenue. After I met with Barbara De Leon, who was very helpful, I continued researching with the director of taxation and revenue, state unclaimed property, and found out what procedures might have happened and how long was usual and customary. And they said 10 years, within a 10-year period. you could ask if your state license that original check uncashed be reissued. And
Okay,
by
so-
the way, I know about the process.
Yeah, Barbara Wilbanks, if I may just interject, because we could spend hours on this. This is really that complicated. I understand that. So let me just share with council what I was hoping to at least accomplish today. I'm not saying that we need to pay it, but what I'm trying to say is this. The way I understood it was that 10 years had, 4 years had passed after they found the check, although the check was dated 10 years prior. You, for the most part, had just written it off. I mean, you just did. But there was some legislation, and that's where I want some clarification from staff. This is relatively new. They're not aware of, okay? I would have asked them to look at this. But I'm going over some old notes that the Mayor Smith had sent me. Because it seems like every time I read this, I find something new. Anyways, according to Mayor Smith, he says that there was some new interpretation by the state made in 2016 or 2017. The state licensed providers could be reimbursed for services rendered for checks that were never cashed. A current example is that when Gary Carruthers, previous owner of Cimarron Healthcare, sold to Molina, and then earlier I sent a copy of that check to David, so that Molina did, in fact, reimburse you on a check that was old as well. So what I was hoping that council would allow us to do to move this forward is to direct staff to work with the whomever it is, whether it's Attorney General, whoever, to find out if what this interpretation is, and whether or not if we had enough information, and if council, and then this is eventually going to go to a vote, if council wants to pay for this or not. If the AG says we don't know anything about any interpretation, okay, then it just stops right there. Because I'm uncomfortable doing something that happened 20 years ago. But if they say something about this interpretation of some state law, I don't know this state law. I'm not a state lawmaker. But if there is a new law that came out back in 2016, 17, or 18 that allows this, like Mayor Smith had emailed me back in 2019, okay, then we have at least some basis to either move forward or just say no. I'm just sorry, and that. That's what I would suggest that we do. You want to ask more questions? Sure, I have no problem with that. So, Councilor Bencomo, are you done with your questions? Okay, so let's go to Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple of quick questions, but one is about that dropping off of that check in 2010. Former Mayor Smith said he met with you, Mayor, and another member of the staff, maybe a city manager. So there's a little bit of confusion on my part because, Mayor, you said you essentially wanted to take care of it, and so you handed it off to somebody in the city, somebody's staff, to say, okay, sure, this check was not cashed, let's reissue it, it's the right thing to do. But then Mayor Smith—
I don't know if I said that. I just said, just have to let staff
take care of it. Yeah, take care of it. And then Mayor Smith said that sometime shortly thereafter, Ms. Wilbanks decided just to write off the $50,000. So he must have gotten a response from the city indicating that they could not reissue that check, and that's why she decided to write it off. And there's an information gap missing there, because if I'm dropping something off for $50,000 and thinking it's going to get taken care of, I'm not just going to say, you know what, never mind, write it off. So there had to have been some communication or some decision by the city that indicated we could not reissue that check in order for Ms. Wilbanks to say, sure, let's just write it off. So is there, Mayor Smith, do you recall if the city one way or another gave you a decision or told you anything about the reissuance of that check during that time period?
Yes, Councilor Vasquez. What I can tell you is that I had total confidence in myself that by delivering the uncashed check that she had found, that by delivering that to the city of Las Cruces would be sufficient enough to get the check reimbursed. Now, reissued, reimbursed, however you want to term. Now the question then becomes, well, damn it, why'd you wait so long not to come back to it? You know what?
Well, Mayor Smith,
Yeah.
if I may, the question was about why Ms. Wilbanks decided to withdraw, then why she decided to say, never mind, I will write this off. That's the real question. If you dropped it off to the city, Ms. Wilbanks may have not heard for a certain period of time or did hear something that would have caused her to say, let's just write it off. Because it seemed like there was once you dropped off that check, Mayor Smith, it seems like there was a process in place where you would have heard back from the city, or if you didn't after a certain amount of time, what was that time?
May I respond? No, I didn't write it off. What I did is just give up because Reuben Smith signed that check with Barbara Willis. He delivered it when it was found after it had been stolen.
And so
I was so depressed. We had just gone through 5 years investigation, 48 counts of forgery. And if the mayor who signed the check, the original uncashed check, and it's given back to the city, and I can't get it reissued, I just was so depressed. I gave up. I didn't write it off. There's no way to write it off. But I continued doing business and providing services until I retired in 2010. And I didn't write it off. I just gave up.
I need to interject something, Councilor Vasquez. You're not going to believe this, but you're absolutely right. Something tells me we did get a rendering from staff saying we can't reimburse this check. That's why that time gap would be such from, say, 2010 till 20. And it wasn't until this new law that Mayor Smith is talking about saying that maybe we could do this. That's why it's being brought forward. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm just trying to be fair to both sides here. But you're right. In fact, I was going to text Robert Garza to see if he even remembers. He would have been maybe ACM at that time. But something is telling me I think they did get I don't have it though. I mean, I don't remember that. But I think you're right about that. I think we did get, because if you dropped it off and say, you're not going to wait 8 years and say, hey, where's my check?
Yes.
So, I didn't mean to interrupt, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I just think there's a critical information, like a gap in information there, decision making, because if it's $50,000, I understand the type of situation Ms. Wilbanks may have been in, but I'd be calling every day to check in on where that check is at. Where is it moving? What can I expect? Is there a decision on this? Especially considering after you've gone through this whole legal process of so many, of this fraudulent activity happening through no fault of your own, that's something that I would continue to make sure I stayed on top of. So there's something that not having that information makes me very hesitant to move forward with this in terms of what that original decision.
May I respond about why the 10 years is so important? I believe that Reuben had heard that because their 10 years had passed, that the city was not going to reissue the check. The change in the regulations, the revision in unclaimed property, there have been a number of revisions. The last one was June 27th, 2019, which says that 10-year, I was told by this unclaimed property that 10 years that I had requested that it be reissued within that 10 years. In fact, 2 months before that 10-year period was up.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wilbanks. I had some other questions, but I'm going to save those. I don't think I need to ask them at this point. My decision is pretty made up at this point without the adequate information to make, as Councilor Bencomo and Councilor Abeyta-Stube mentioned, I can't make an informed decision on this. There's no proof that this money, wasn't collected from the state. There's not enough evidence to say that we didn't make a decision 10 years ago that should still stand today. And so I can't make a decision in this way without that type of information at this point. So thank you, Mayor.
I appreciate that, Councilor Vasquez, but I will tell you this, though. Things were a little bit different. I'd only been mayor a few years, and really I didn't start till, even though November, those first 3 months, I can tell you, I can still remember they were a whirlwind. Things didn't calm down till the beginning of 2008. and 2 years later, they drop this off. I give it to staff but I think something did come back. What I'm trying to get at is this. Do I think that Mayor Smith dropped off the check? Yes. Do I think the city cashed it? No. I think staff at that time said, no, we're not going to go back and reimburse something that's 10 years old. So fast forward now, do we have the authority? I don't know. That's why I want to see if the AG, what this law is they're talking about here.
Well, Mayor, if I may too, if we did return that $50,000 to the state per law, then it's not our $50,000 to reimburse this company. The state should reimburse that. That's unclaimed property that the state, we've already paid that money out.
I agree. And that's where, but we can't find that it's been reimbursed to the state. And
Mr.
so,
Mayor, if I could just I hate interjecting and people that interject, but I can tell you that was never reported to state tax and rev, Councilor Vasquez. Very important.
I understand that, Mayor, but it would have shown up on our audit if it wasn't.
yeah, no, I hear you, Councilor Vasquez. So that's why all I was trying to get at is get an interpretation of this law, have one of our legislators ask the Attorney General, hey, can we really do this if we feel that there's enough information to move and reimburse? And then we bring it to a vote. They have to, it's just that simple. I think they deserve at least that, because I think at that time that, staff just said, no, we're not going to reimburse 10 years. We just don't have that record. But do I believe that it's owed? Yes, I do. So, but that's just my thinking to move it forward, not render any decision now, but at least get all the information that's necessary in the event if there was a yes vote or a no vote. Okay, Councilor Sorg, are you finished, Councilor Vasquez? Yep, Councilor Sorg, and then Councilor Beta-Stubbe, and Councilor Mayor.
And what? Okay. While you all are thoroughly going through this and through this whole thing, I've been wondering, where's the money? And I guess the answer is we don't know where the money is for sure. Our best guess it stayed in the city's treasury. But we don't know that for sure. All I can think about is, when you get a check, sometimes they say, well, you must cash this within a certain period of time or it's uncashable anymore. I doubt whether the city had that on its check. Maybe it did, but I didn't see it. So that's the question for me. Where is the money? And if we don't know where the money is, I don't know what we're going to do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Beta-Stubbe. Oh, wait, before I get to you, Councilor Barbara De Leon, you wanted to interject something?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Barbara De Leon for the record. I just wanted to respond to Councilor Sorg's question on the check, the face of the check itself. It did say void after 1 year from the above date, the date being May 2nd, 2000, just to answer your question. And then to further clarify with respect to the funds. So again, I mentioned that with respect to accounting practices, we would have expensed this amount in the year that services were rendered. From the city standpoint, either the checks to the vendors get cashed and removed from our accounts, or the amounts get paid to the state as unclaimed property. So in either case, the funds are no longer technically with the city. So I just wanted to provide that clarification. Thank you.
I'm sorry, that wasn't very clear at all. Where are the funds then? In
So
simple terms here?
So when we issue a check to a vendor, either the vendor cashes the check and
Yes.
the funds are removed from our accounts,
Yes.
or the vendor does not cash the check and we pay the amount to the state so the state can administer the unclaimed property process.
Right, that I understand. So was that done? Do we have a record that actually the state got the money?
So to answer your question, Councilor Sorg, we don't have those detailed records. That is the process we follow. And that is the process that's required for financial reporting.
I understand. Yeah, so we don't know where the money is. Ultimately, we aren't sure where the money is.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Councilor Beta Stuvey and then Mayor Pro Tem Gondara.
Thank you. I myself, I believe that we probably have information from Jennifer Vega Brown. Obviously, it can't be said here, but it looks like there's other information for us at a later date. So I would like to hear that as well. Like I said, I do appreciate the comments from my fellow counselors, including Councilor Bencomo, who did say that it is our responsibility to make sure we know all those details. It's one of the reasons why I'm asking tough questions, because we need to make sure we're being good stewards of our taxpayer dollar, and also to find out the truth on what happened here, because it seems like it is a very complicated process. Obviously, mistakes were made on different ends. And so before we go handing out checks, we definitely need to make sure that we're being very thorough about this process. Hence, again, the reason for my questioning. And so I would like to hear later on whether it needs to be a closed session about those other issues that we need to have before I make any decisions. Thank you.
Okay. And also just a reminder, because I know there's been so much information, Councilor Beta Stuvey, they didn't discover the check missing until 2010 because of alleged misconduct on an employee. So,
Yes.
yeah.
And
Okay.
it's still another 10
Yeah.
years after that.
Yeah.
This is
No,
very.
I got you. I just wanted to clarify, just, yeah, because there's just so much information here. Mayor Pro Tem Gondara.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for the questions and for Barbara De Leon and your research. I very much appreciate that. I have to say I'm disappointed and uncomfortable about this situation, because there was probably a few things that should have happened prior to this coming to council. Mayor, I would ask that if it be Jennifer Vega Brown doing research to see if that legislative correction or occurred, so that we have that. And I like the idea of checking with our Attorney General as well. I also would like to see a timeline, like written down and pretty visual. I've taken an immense amount of notes, but I'm visual, so I'd like to see that. And I like to get from Barbara De Leon clearly if she felt that basically due diligence was made in terms of researching, and if there's no record, then there's no record, right? I mean, it's been destroyed if the state doesn't have, and that's what I'm hearing, although there were notices, couldn't find the notice through microfiche or electronically. But I also want to caution all of us. Barbara, thank you for the work that you did providing crucial services to our city staff and their families. Speaking from someone that has experience in mental health, deep gratitude to you.
Thank you.
I also want to say that this is crucial. This is city. I mean, I hear often that there are a lot of businesses and organizations that do not want to do business with the city because of this red tape that the bureaucracy puts forth for vendors and such. And I think we need to be very careful. If Barbara provided those services, she needs to be reimbursed, and we need to do everything in our power to ensure that we've done our due diligence in terms of doing the research that we can, given that it's been a certain amount of years. I think what we failed to recognize that in 2018, a law was passed and it changed sort of the way we can recoup, or people can recoup unclaimed. That's why they're asking about this. And so there should be some record, and maybe as policymakers, we need to change our own policy in terms of what we're doing to destroy records, especially in this kind of situation. Maybe we need to keep them, and maybe it needs to go into some sort of electronic version, and so that we don't find ourselves in this kind of predicament. And also, I want to caution us, and look, this isn't an individual. Everybody knew who Barbara was. She provided services, and so I would hope that a letter or two or a phone call of some sort, because she wasn't just some obscure person that we don't really, I mean, our families and our children were seeing her and our staff. So I think we probably had a pretty deep relationship. So Mayor, your idea of calling Mr. Garza is a good one. I would love to see that happen. Maybe he has some recommendations, and maybe we need to go to Mr. Studer and Mr. Eid related to that, to this particular item, because it seems like during their time with us, they had maybe some responsibility to that. And so I just feel like I caution all of us. I know that this is uncomfortable. I definitely would have liked to have seen a couple of items be done in order for us to make a decision or bring it to a vote in a regular session. And so I caution it. This is so uncomfortable that we would be putting this out there in this way, but this is the only way because it doesn't meet the guidelines for a closed session, frankly.
Right. No, you're absolutely right, Mayor Pro Tem. It is, and just to, I appreciate your comments. I don't know if we need to contact Stewart or Bill or Studer, but let me just share this with you. In fact, this is along the lines of Councilor Sorg. This is dated February 21, so obviously staff did direct the library administrator to look into this. It says, "Dear Ms. Wilbanks, I'm writing to you in response to your request for information regarding the Las Cruces Sun News and the New Mexico Department of Tax and Revs list of unclaimed property, which is published annually in a special insert. After some research through the state's unclaimed property list and the Sun News digital database, I was unable to find any information regarding Professional Assessment Center and an unclaimed check from the city of Las Cruces for $50,999. The state of New Mexico Department of Tax and Rev has no record of this check." So what I'm trying to get at is that's yet another reason saying if it was unclaimed, then this would have shown up at the unclaimed. So let's just do that. Let's just, I needed to get this out so council knows what's about. And I think what happened is when this new law passed, hey, I mean, let's just be candid here. This new law passed, and is this city council willing to make amends that maybe staff 10 years ago didn't want to do? Do I think that money was cash? No, I don't know where it went, like Councilor Sorg said. And kind of like, but we need to find out, one, if council's appetite was to move forward and reimburse, we need to make sure it's legal. If it stops us right there, then it stops. We have to adhere to the rules. So if we have enough to ask staff to look into this a little bit more and touch base with those other entities and do a little bit more research, I think that's probably the best way to move forward, and then have an update as to what they found. Is that okay? Okay, I'll get back with you, Mayor Smith and Ms. Wilbanks. Thank you again for this, and I appreciate your, I know it's a trying time. It's just a very unusual and unique circumstance, but at least council is willing to hear it out. Okay. All right. Next, we're going to go to the Las Cruces Home Builders presentation, and I know Kent Thurston is here, and I don't know if Nicole Black, yes, she's here. So. Larry, did you want to start us off? Larry Nichols?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Larry Nichols, Community Development. About 5 or 6 months ago, the Las Cruces Home Builders Association asked for an audience with the city council. And so this is the day that it was scheduled to occur. And they have prepared a presentation, and we're all anxious to hear the points that they'd like to bring to council for their review. So with that, I'd ask Mr. Thurston to begin his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, am I able to share my screen here?
Sure, of course. Just need you to state your name, Kent, please.
My name is Kent Thurston, and I today am representing the Las Cruces Home Builders Association. We also have Nicole Black on the line, Anna Rivera, who is the current president of the Las Cruces Home Builders Association, and I also have my father with me on my side over here. So a little background, Anna Rivera, she's actually the New Mexico Division Manager for Desert View Homes. I am the owner of KT Homes, and also with my father, Ken Thurston, where we build homes and land develop in Las Cruces. Let me see if I can share the screen. Let's see if... Is that coming up for you guys?
Not yet.
Let me see if it's share screen.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. All right. Just want to say thank you today for allowing us to have this workshop. Someone told me I was supposed to only be about 15 minutes, so I'm going to try to make sure I can get in that 15 minutes. To introduce ourselves, I'd like to go back in time a little bit. My father and I both have served as the past presidents of the Las Cruces Home Builders Association. My father was actually a Home Builders Association president for 2 years, and has served 2 terms, and then I've only one. We've been in the construction since both of us were teenagers, and I'd like to tell you our background by going back about 67 years. So this is the house that my father was raised in. It's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath house, maybe about 1,300 square feet, where my grandma, grandpa, and their 9 children lived. My grandpa wasn't very wealthy at all, and so he taught his children how to work. My father started working at age 14, digging footings for houses. At age 17, he began to frame houses. When he was 19, he ended up serving a church mission in Chicago. And when he came home from that mission 2 years later, he went back into construction and continued framing houses. Age 21, he was promoted to be an estimator in construction. And at age 22, he became a construction manager. At age 23, he built his first 12-lot subdivision in Logan, Utah. And this is that, as you can see right here, this was his first one, Larkspur Drive. From then on, now you also got to realize that this came from a kid who, from a family, had no way of actually having financial ties to anything to make something like this happen. And so back in the day, there was other different rules and regulations that would allow for such subdivisions to happen. So from then on, from this subdivision, he continued to build small subdivision and houses in Utah, and he ended up moving to Farmington, New Mexico. In 1987, this would probably been a picture of my dad from back then. He was 35 years old, and I was also born in Farmington when we lived there. And then in 1988, my father moves to Las Cruces, where his first project would have been Las Colinas. This would have been a picture back in Las Colinas when we moved there. It shows Highland Elementary. If you can see my little cursor here, that's Highland Elementary. And this is back, I think Kmart's the only thing out there back in the day. And so this was the first project that was done by my father, and it was about 1,200 lots. In that's the wrong slide, but that's okay. So in 1999, my father was 46 years old, and I was 12 years old when I started to go to work cleaning up job sites with my mom. In those days, my dad had sponsored multiple families from Mexico to come to work here in Las Cruces as subcontractors in construction. Many of them actually became citizens and have raised their families here. Many of them were the ones that actually taught me the hands-on skills of how to build a house. In 2004, I graduated from Hatch High, and I went back to working in the trades full-time. Then in 2006 to 2008, I ended up serving a mission for our church in Thailand, and then I came home. And in 2012, I ended up graduating from NMSU in the HRTM program, and my first job after graduating, not my first job ever, but my first one after college, was working with my dad in development. And so for the past 8 years, I've been working on the management side of construction, whether it be land development or residential home building. And the reason why I wanted to give you this background is just to show you the impact that construction can actually have in one generation. So in one generation of construction, we've been able to take our family and many other families along with us out of poverty and into owning successful businesses. And so that brings me to today's workshop. That today our workshop goals were to do this. It was to provide basic information on the process of land development and home building, to show the economic benefits of residential construction to the city of Las Cruces, and to develop better partnerships with the city council. So starting with my first goal of this workshop. What are the basics of land development and home building? Step one, there has to be someone that is wanting to buy a house. People that want to buy a house are what we would call the market. The market is the one that calls all the shots. I cannot force the market to like something they do not. As much as I'd love to build a skyscraper downtown, the market isn't asking for that. We can pass city ordinances and enforce new regulations, but ultimately the market is going to tell us what they want. So the first step in that is to have a land developer. So land developers and home builders provide a service for the market at the price it's willing and able to purchase. So the market not only has to want the product, but be able to buy the product. I may want to go to Hawaii and possibly buy something on the beach, but I can't do it because I can't afford it. So I want to do it, but I can't do it because I can't afford it. So that's a crucial step in understanding the market. So in this step right now, it's the most, this step of gathering information from the market is one of the most intensive parts of the project. For smaller companies like ourselves, the owners of the companies make multiple site visits. What goes into some of these site visits are the following. What is the purchase price of the land? How much infrastructure will it cost I have to incur to get to the utilities to the site? How much off-site paving is needed to reach the site? Will this piece of land be affordable to build because of the off-site improvements? And what is the terrain of the land and how much dirt work will be needed to get the site ready? So, and another one that really hits us is what are some of the city's rules and regulations for land development? These are a few of the many questions that go into making sure that the lots will be at a price that the market is willing to buy them at. So that's kind of just the basics. I'm trying to just go on the basics of that. So the basics of home building will be this. So home builders go out and they're trying to provide a service for the market. They have their own set of equations that they ask, or there's their own set of questions that they ask before purchasing the home sites or the lots. The first question is, will the lot price allow me to sell the home the market is wanting at the price the market is able to buy at? So we use a number that the lot should be about 20% or less of the total house sales price. And this is the point where me and my dad, I'll go find some lots if we didn't develop them ourselves, and I'll take it to him, and he'll pull out the HP 12C calculator, his financial calculator, and he'll say, now son, how on earth do you think you're going to build a $130,000 house on a $60,000 lot? So the cost, the reason I bring that up is because the cost of the lot has a big impact on the price of the home. In today's market, houses are flying off the shelves at under $180,000. Well, that means I need to have a lot around $36,000. Builders go through a ton of equations and scenarios to finally see if they're going to meet the market demands. But that's what we try to do, is strictly worry about the market. The market is extremely price sensitive. And so we're judged every single day as to what the market's going to do. So we were on the internet and found this, which we kind of thought was perfect for this. And it says, you've probably heard the phrase, if you build it, they will come. So here's an example of what we've done in the past where not following the market actually doesn't work. So you have to follow the market in home building and in land development. So this is a piece of land that was developed by us about 12 years ago. In our planning stages, the city required that we have mixed density in our subdivision. This required us to put 17 lots zoned R4 for the building of fourplexes. These lots right here are a constant reminder to me that the market is ultimately in charge. That is why to this day they still sit vacant, waiting for the market to change. Had this been allowed to be single family as originally designed, it would have been built out. The land still fits vacant to this day because of the decisions of past city councilors and their staff. So we wanted to just please remember that your decisions make a huge difference. We do a lot of research in understanding what the market is and what it'll buy. And so it's important to listen to the market and not just to the desires of what we're wanting to do, but it's ultimately the desires of the market. So recap, first step of land development and home building is we can't do any step next unless you understand what the market is. And this shows very clearly. So I'm going to move on to the second one. So this is our second goal, was to show the economic benefits of residential construction to the city of Las Cruces. So what are the economic benefits of residential construction to the city of Las Cruces? Well, in order to answer this question, we reached out to the National Association of Home Builders, and we provided them with some local data that we had of 409 homes at an average sales price of 409 houses. So the 409 single-family homes provides 2,173 local jobs for the construction of homes. The additional, so annual reoccurring impacts of building 409 single-family home results in 304 local jobs. So the first number you see there, 2,173, is the initial build of the homes. That's how many jobs it creates. And then the year after, it still creates the 304. So, that's the jobs that it creates. And now I'd like to just jump into the taxes real quick. So this study that we got from the NAHB, it also shows that there's a $6.6 million in taxes and other revenue for local governments. And then annually, as you see there, annually reoccurring tax income is $2.1 million. So that to me is pretty amazing to see that the impact of the construction industry has on this community is in millions of dollars that actually go back to the government in multiple government entities. And so one thing I'd like to point out here is that there's 409 homes in the study, because those were actual numbers I could get to be able to find the average sales price. I had to call around a couple of builders, and I got the actual numbers from all of the builders to up to 409 single family homes. Now, we built over 409 homes in 19. I think it was close to 600, if not over 600, just barely. And so this revenue to the governments, the local government and also the state, you would see that be an actual higher number. So it was just a general study that the NAHB did for us with all the local data that we put in, but that wasn't good enough for me. I wanted to actually see how we're directly affecting it. And so what I ended up doing, what we ended up doing, let me skip back to here. So the study gave me a broad understanding of the impact, but I wanted to understand it better. I needed to break it out where I could actually see where the taxes came from. One way is through property tax. So I got onto the county website and found a tax calculator for a home with a $250,000 appraised value. The estimated tax on that home was $2,625. So if we multiply that by 600 homes that were built in 2019, we would have $1.575 million in annual property tax. That is in perpetuity of the life of that home. So in 15 years, that same 600 homes built in 2019 will have generated $23,625,000 in property taxes to local governments. The second tax that I thought was interesting was gross receipts tax. And let me see if I have that on the next one. I don't have that on there. But gross receipts tax was very interesting. So the gross receipts tax from a $250,000 sales price home is close to about $12,000 in gross receipts tax. Well, $12,000 multiplied by 600 homes built in 2019. So gross receipts tax alone from the 600 homes would be $7,200,000. That's what the industry would be giving back to the local governments between the state and also the local here. So those are the tax benefits to the city of Las Cruces just from our construction, which we think is very substantial for one industry to be giving back. A different side of home building that I thought would be interesting to bring up would be that every new home will generate one new customer for sewer, water, power, gas, internet. The city of Las Cruces owns, in many cases, the water, gas, and sewer utility companies in which we build homes. So recently, the city of Las Cruces purchased Jornada Water. If I have my numbers correct, was $16,400,000. The customer base of Jornada Water was 3,500 services or hookups. This would show us that the value of each water customer would be around $4,685. That's how I tried to find the valuation of spending $16 million. You'd spend about $4,685 per customer that you purchased. So if we hypothetically put it out there right here that the customers, basically in order to generate new customers, a utility company would essentially need to extend their utility lines. These utility lines in most cases are extended by the developer, which is then paid by the home buyer. So let me say that again. So the utility lines in most cases are extended by the developer, which ultimately are paid by the home buyer. Once a subdivision receives its acceptance of substantial completion, meaning we've already done all of the work, we take it to the city finally accepts it, that's our substantial completion. The city then becomes the owner of those utilities, which the city received at virtually no cost to the city. So we put all of the sewer, water, curb, gutter, electric, all of those in, and the city, we turn it over to the city. So hypothetically speaking, if the city receives 600 new customers from new development, they would be receiving an equity position of $2,000,000 $811,426. Now, you don't receive that necessarily in cash, but you do receive that as equity to the city. That's if every 600 new water customers were to the city of Las Cruces. So I thought that was very interesting. A lot of the times people come to us as developers and they end up saying, hey, why are you developing land that's not right, that the city is paying for all these utilities? It's not right that the city's paying for extra roads. It's not right for paying for all of these things. And then we have to go and explain to the citizens that no, that it's the developer that's paying for all of those items. So as we start to see some of these equations working out, you can clearly see that the utilities are an actual asset to the city of Las Cruces. So I believe at a later time, it would be good to have a discussion over the utility policies. We could possibly help lower the cost of development, which would then lower the cost of sales price of a new home. Anything we can do to keep the homes at lower prices for all the citizens of Las Cruces is a benefit. So moving on to my last subject here, which is the most important, I believe, for us, because in a 15 minutes, it's not going to really do us enough for experiences of 30 years that my father has, or 40 years actually that he has, and the other individuals. This isn't going to be long enough. So what we'd like to do is really create a bond with the city council. So a prime example of not having a relationship with city council is the new resolution to increase fees. As stated by the mayor and staff, it'll only be a minimal increase to the end user. However, we feel that in last week's vote, city council was not fully informed in the decisions that was passed. We feel that staff only told their side of the story and the private sector was not well represented. What is past is past, and hopefully we can learn from it. What I learned is that as a home building association, we need to have more interaction with the city council and not just the city staff. The Elevate Las Cruces initiative gave each resident of Las Cruces a voice in the creation of the city's comprehensive plan. This was a great start, but it's just that, a start. In order to truly elevate Las Cruces, it will take a lot more than any one group, company, or council can accomplish. For example, passing regulations and ordinances won't be enough to elevate this great city. We must create a team effort to make Las Cruces what the citizens dream it to be. As a builder and developer, and mostly important as a citizen of Las Cruces, I'm excited to see the growth that will happen and the vision that will lead the way to an even better future. Many wonderful changes have come and will come from Elevate Las Cruces. The Las Cruces Home Builders Association has outstanding members that are committed to the success of Las Cruces. Inside our organization, our association we still have the founding members that created it 60 years ago. They have ample knowledge and experience that I dream of having when I'm at their age. The members of Las Cruces Home Builders Association are sometimes competing within that same market group. Yet, we have always found a way to join in and help one another. My hope is that the City Council will be able to create a similar camaraderie with the Home Builders Association. And we hope to ask and be asked by the City Council for our help in elevating Las Cruces. We are fully invested and tied to the success and the failures of this wonderful city. We are willing to meet in private or public, and hopefully one day across from the table when this pandemic can pass us by. We feel that it is very vital to create a strong relationship with the City Council and not just with the staff. Seeing that the power lays in the hands of City Council, we would love to share our side of the story directly to you in the future. Our simple wish is that you will have the best and most accurate information needed to make the best decisions for the citizens of Las Cruces. We believe we can help give a broader perspective of policies that are passed which greatly impact the building industry and the ripple down effect to the citizens of Las Cruces. That is my quick presentation to you guys, as city council, and we would like to open it up if you have any questions for us.
Okay, well, thanks, Kent. I have some questions, if I may first, and then we'll go to council here. Can you go back to that first slide where you had a picture of a subdivision? You had it circled in red, and you said something, or yellow. There you go. You just passed it, I think. And you're concerned about that one right there.
Yeah.
You said something about, where is this located?
This one is located off of Mesa Grande Drive and Central.
Okay, and you said something about the city's policies is the reason why it's not developed.
Yes, so back 12 years ago, when we ran this through, the original concept was to, as you can see, these were all the affordable homes, and we were going to build the entire piece out just as affordable homes.
Okay.
As we were running it through staff and through city council, one of the things we were forced to do is that to have a mixed use. Well, the mixed use, they took into each individual subdivision. So anything that a developer would bring forward as one subdivision, you had to have mixed use, even though they didn't take it as a global area. So if you took like a 1 mile radius, then you would have a different view on it. But they were making us put it into just one subdivision. And so in that subdivision, we had to put this as R4 lots. And we have 17 R4 lots that I've tried to sell. And I've tried to sell and tried to sell. And just recently this year, I almost had them sold again. But then as people do the numbers, it just doesn't work out there.
Okay, so that's what you're saying is because those are set for basically fourplexes or small apartments. You're saying it's hard for you to sell these?
Yes, it goes back to at the very beginning is what does the market ask for, and can we put it in this place that they're wanting? So a fourplex unit out there, it's the wrong place that the market is not going to buy in today's economy or the last 10 years economy. So it's just
this land is that?
How much land is it? I believe it's just a little over 2 acres.
And what are you trying to sell it for?
Each lot we were trying to sell for $45,000.
How big is the lot?
100 by 100. 100 feet by 100 feet. And we have floor plans that fit on it, but just can't get in. We've even told people here, I'll provide you the floor plan for it that works, and just can't get people to bite on it.
So that's less than a fourth of an acre? Give or take.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and then, and so, well, I mean, when you get right down to it, I mean, what are your costs in that land, in those lots? I mean, I would think that, like anything else, I mean, if someone was wanting to invest fourplexes over there, I would think that would be dependent on the price, of course. I mean, you've got roughly, what is that? You said that's roughly 2 acres, that whole. So are you saying that if that was allowed to be single family, you could sell those?
If it was single family from the get-go, they would have been already sold.
Okay, and
so like currently when you ask on the pricing of that, that's if you did a fourplex out there, you understand some of the real estate, that's about $10,000, about $11,000 per unit. If you did a fourplex and you have $45,000, it's about $11,000. So the price is amazing, but it's just not the market out there for some reason. And 10 years, 12 years later, kind of still shows the same story.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that, okay, I just didn't know where you were getting that the city was, it was the city's fault that those haven't sold. Okay, and then the next slide, can you go, I think you were showing about the taxes. Oh, that one right there. So I would be, are you somehow of the impression that we get that $23 million? Or that 1.5 million? Are you?
Or the property tax?
Yes.
I'm of the impression that the government entity receives that.
Do you know how much we get?
Specifically, no, I do not.
We get 17%. So 17% of that is $267,000. So with that 260, this is an interesting exercise for my colleagues. I can't. It hasn't persisted lately, but in the very beginning, I would occasionally get interest from Pacho Hills, want to know why we don't annex them. Well, because it's all properties. And if we go and annex something like that, all we're going to have to do is spend all of our money on police and fire and services, and there's no recurring income coming in. And that's the reason why, and I'm going to go off on a tangent here, that's the reason why when Sunland Park and Santa Teresa had their little feud, Sunland Park just annexed the business part of Santa Teresa. They didn't want the houses. They wanted the business part because that's what brings in the income. So what I'm trying to get at is, to spend $267,000 is probably, 5 police officers. We still need firefighters. We still need a whole lot of things. So the majority of that property money goes to the schools and then also to Doña Ana County. So I just wanted to clarify that. I want you to be aware of how much the city gets. That's why it looks like a lot, but we only get $267,000. And from that, we have to be able to provide the fire, the police, all the other services that come with that. But I just wanted to point that out as well. And okay, so let me go to my colleagues here so they can ask some questions. We have Councilor Abeyta-Stube and Councilor Ford. Councilor, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem was ahead of me.
I didn't see her hand up.
Did you not? Okay, thank you. And thank you for this presentation. I did text my husband. I said, wasn't our first home a Thurston home? I think it was. So, thank you for this. I had a question, and this might, you touched upon this right now, Mayor, about how much does it cost the city when we have a new home for those services? Like for each home that we add on, what is that relationship for like city costs? Because that would really help me in my mind, just learning this whole process together. This is what a home brings in, the economic benefits, but also this is the, not stressor, but this is what it costs to be able to provide quality services from the city for a new home that is brought. So I'm not quite sure who would be able to answer that for me.
Well, I know
probably nobody.
Well,
off the top of their head.
Well, I know Councilor Abeyta-Stube that the rules or the guidelines is 1 police officer for every 500 residents. Mm-hmm. So if this subdivision had 600 homes at 2.2 people, that's 1,200 residents. So that means we need to add at least 2 police officers there, theoretically. And then I don't know when it comes to fire. So if Chief Enriquez and Chief Dominguez, of course, can jump in, but Chief Enriquez, I don't know the guidelines for that.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's something that when making decisions and looking at that, I think it'd be important to kind of see those cost relations with each other, just to make sure, we at the city always want to make sure that we're providing top care for all of our residents too. A second portion, I'm glad that you touched, Mr. Thurston, that you touched upon Elevate Las Cruces. I'd like to know from your perspective, and of course, we could probably talk about Elevate for a long time, but what are the top things that you guys are excited about Elevate, and what are a couple of items that you're going to see that are going to be the most challenging for your industry?
As I'd have to go and get into some of the things that are going to be challenging for us, as normally the regulations on building. So I'd have to get my engineers out here, and they always break it down and say, hey, here's a new We used to have a 4-inch, now we got a 6-inch curbs and gutters, or we have just costs sometimes when new things are getting passed. So the tough thing is going to be more on the actual detailed drawings of what a new subdivision has to be, which sometimes it makes the costs go higher. Here, for example, is a double-edged sword that I was just talking to Sonia Delgado, who is the parks director. And one of the new requirements is that you have to have a walk shed of a 1/4 mile. So you have to have a park every 1/4 mile for the walk shed. However, the city is no longer going to be accepting anything over the 2 acres or under the 2 acres. So they want all, because of maintenance and everything like that is really tough to maintain a lot of little parks. It's easier to maintain a big park. So that's one of the good examples of like Elevate Las Cruces. Yes, the parks are going to look wonderful, and we're going to have more of them, but at the same time, your cost of living or cost of those houses are going to increase because of all of the new parks that you're required to put in and the walk shed to get there. That's just one prime example. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's going to look nice, but also it's going to cost more money. And in our economy that we live in, we don't have the the median income of a Phoenix. You know, we have the median income of a Las Cruces, and so some of those things kind of get us out of the price range for affordable homes.
Thank you. And on the side that you have up, this goes off of something else I was going to say, but since you just brought it up about average prices of homes and everything, we have the average sale price of this $249,000, a little bit more. And so I'm wondering what that, in relation, like what's the minimum wage that somebody has to be earning to be able to afford that type of priced home, if that's like the average for the community. And I would like to just look more in detailed on that to make sure that we're staying sort of relational on all those, because, you know, I know that to me, that seems like a fairly decent sized amount of money for a house. And I know that's just an average, but just looking at that, it's a question for myself later on.
Well, just doing it off of the calculator here, you're going to probably be someone that needs to have about $47,000 is what their income is going to have to be. But it also depends on their debt load and other things like that. Do they have 2 cars that they're financing? Other things like that. But if you're not financing a car, if you're not doing anything like that, you can probably get into the house if you're around $47,000 of income. There is one thing that a question you did ask that I'd like to answer, though, is you're talking about the police and where those fees come. Do we have enough for it? Well, inside the building permit itself has a public safety impact fee. And that's based off of the square foot of the home. So every single time, not only are we generating tax dollars on gross receipts tax, and we're also generating the property tax, but then when we go in, we pay a fee for a public safety impact fee. So, and that fee does go to the police as well.
Okay, thank you. And I do have to say, I'd love to be able to explore more about that idea. I call them pocket parks, but the smaller type parks. I know with the little kids myself, those have been amazing to use and really great in different communities where, you know, you can just walk to the park very easily, especially if you have apartments near or anything. I do understand how they can create more maintenance on the city end, but I just know that they're used quite a bit, and they're very, I personally am a fan of them. I know that a lot of other parents, they've been really helpful to have those types of close parks to have. So that's something I'd love to be able to explore that further. I don't think you were able to answer quite yet of 3 items that you all were excited to see or maybe energetic about in the Elevate. What are the areas that you do see a lot of benefit to?
Some of the things on Elevate Las Cruces, I could get back with the Home Builders Association and really pull out the things that the majority of them like about it as well, so that I can not just speak for Kent Thurston, but I could speak for the Home Builders Association. And I can actually get you an email back and tell you everything that they like about that as well. What I ended up liking about it was creating more of the communities, creating, the walk areas and stuff like that. I think that is essential for our area, especially with, we got a lot of retirees. They want to have the open spaces and other things like that. And some of that is in the Elevate Las Cruces. So that's kind of nice to see that the vision is going in that direction.
Great. And then I don't know, you said that Ms. Nicole Black was on as well?
Yeah.
You wanted a chance to respond to, I would like to hear from, if you want, about the benefits and perhaps the challenges she might see with Elevate. If she'd like to.
There I am. Sorry, I was trying to unmute. My apologies. Again, I don't want to speak for everybody because we have not sat down as a group to discuss the good and the bads. So again, it would just be my personal, but that is something that I would definitely like to get with my government affairs committee, and we can definitely get back to you on that. That was not a question we were prepared for today, but that is a very good question. So thank you for asking.
You're welcome. And I think that's all my questions for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Looks like we have Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for your comment on the taxes and so forth. And thank Councilor Abeyta-Stube. Good questions you proposed there. I'm looking forward to those answers too. I would like to clear up a couple of things. We need to have the whole picture, the whole story, all the facts before we can make a decision. And one of the things that was misleading was the safety impact fee for each house, which I believe is less than $500 per house, or about $500 per house. And those safety impact fees don't go to pay for any policemen. They pay for the police stations and the police and fire trucks. So that won't pay for anybody's salary on the police and fire department. So anyway, I wanted to go back to that map that you had of Mesa Grande and your central Mesa Grande development, because there's some important things that people ought to know. This is in my district. This is a neighborhood I've walked through many times. I've talked to many, many people that live there. And I can show you some problems that you have with this development that I think would help somehow make some changes so that you can use that vacant land. This property, this subdivision here doesn't have a park within a mile of it. The closest one is about a mile away, and that's a park for another small park for another neighborhood already. So these people don't have a park at all, and they've been asking for it over and over again. And I've been noticing the last 10 years how the development has gone there. Once you got your original houses built there, you can still see a couple, 3 places that aren't built out yet. There's people that there is some open lots that haven't been built on, and not many, probably just less than a half a dozen. And so it's not an easy place to sell a house. And I contend that it's partly, I'll just say partially, maybe not mostly, because there is no park for the children that live there. These are our first family homes, and they all have little children, almost all, and there's just no place for them to go and in a park. And so that is why I've been pushing for a park there for over 5 years, perhaps 6 or 7 years to be exact. And yet we have not to have a park. The city is going to have to build a park here. The home builder and developer did not build a park. Perhaps if you you can't put a park on that land that's R3 or R4 there, because it's just not enough room for a park. Although I always thought that was a good place for one. So I contend, you look at Metro Verde, yeah, they have small parks. They aren't real big, but there's lots of them. and houses are selling like hotcakes there. It's as plain as you can see. And so I think I always go by this rule of thumb. I've for most of my life, and that is that cheaper is not always better. If you need to have something that's important in your life, like a house, you want to have something of good quality, and you wait until you can get that good quality. Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Let's see who's next.
Can I say something to Sorg's question, statement there? So,
just state your name, please, again.
Kent Thurston.
We know who you are. It's just the person who transcribes the minutes. They don't watch the videos and they don't recognize your voice. So.
Gotcha. So Kent Thurston again, and so back in the day, you used to be able to build a subdivision, and you would pay park fees. And so in this subdivision, it would have been about 325 homes. And back at that time, the park impact fee would have been about $850, and compared to the $2,600 today. If I did that 325 homes, you would have somewhere neighborhood of $276,000 that could be spent, that was generated for park fees for that area, but yet were probably spent in another area as well. So I wanted to just state that there are fees collected from that area for a park if needs be. And then it showed that there are like 4 or 5 lots in here that are not built on yet. That's strictly just because it's an old Google photo, but those were built out already.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll add to this that the city is trying to build a park on the corner of Central and Mesa Grande, but we're just going so slow at getting it done. Like I said, I've been working on it for 5, 6, 7 years, and we need to get moving on that a little faster. We have to buy the land, which of course adds to the cost of it. So your park impact fees is not going to pay for that whole park. It's going to have to be robbed from someplace else in the city. Thank you.
Before I get to Councilor Bencomo, since I have you on the line, Kent, real quick, what I take it that all those tract houses was your development, or you or your dad's? And how many acres was that?
Let me see if I have that readily available.
I'm going to say it's about, it was probably around 40 acres.
Yeah.
40 acres? How many lots did you guys have for sale in there? It looks
325.
325.
325 and 40 acres. Okay. All right. I'm going to go back. Now I'm going to go to Councilor Bencomo. I'm just running some numbers. That's all. Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor. I always appreciate when you do these numbers. It's kind of fun to watch. So maybe you should do a workshop on how you do the numbers so I can do it myself. Thank you. And thank you so much, Mr. Thurston, for coming to us and for sort of your ask, right, to build a relationship with each of us. I'm always more than happy to talk to folks about anything, really. If you reach out, I'm super willing and open to have a conversation with you. I'm very inquisitive. So I'm always glad for that opportunity. And of course, I appreciate you sharing, your history and your story and opening with some relational pieces. That's definitely up my alley. I very much appreciated that. You said your company, sponsored many Mexican workers. That could have easily been my father. So I appreciated you sharing that little bit of history. I'm curious about, you were saying that, that the market drives development and that the market are buyers, right? Customers. What is the market saying right now?
So to answer the market question right now, we are seeing it. We get an update every week at the Home Builders Association that if you wanted to attend some of our meetings, you can see the updates. I believe last time it showed that there was only like 260 homes available on the market, which normally we're up around like 1,000 homes available on the market. We have studies that'll tell you if it's between $150,000 to $180,000 homes. it'll tell you, okay, the takedown is in 2 months. So if you put it on the market, it'll say about 2 months that's gone. It'll go all the way up to, $1 million homes. The very interesting thing this year, a lot of the more expensive homes have started to get on the market and starting to sell. So it has that type of data, and we're willing to, we get that every month that we meet. And I can actually send that to your email. That way you can see the exact data that we look at and tell us what the market is. Right now, even though COVID has happened, people are still ready to buy. I think a lot of that has to do with the people moving from the bigger cities. We are seeing that so when I say the market, just Las Cruces market, we're seeing that people are moving here from other cities. And we just had a family come down from Utah, and they look at their house up there where it's a $600,000-$700,000 home, and you come down here and you could buy a $300,000. So for them, that market was perfect. But then you also get the affordable homes. I know Anna could probably tell you what her numbers are and what she's getting, but I could tell you that she doesn't have a single spec home on the market that's not sold today. So the market is very hot, very going in a lot of the price points. The lower price point always goes faster, especially for this town. So if you go and you look at the bigger builders, such as like a Hakes Brothers, a Desert View, the ones that actually are the highest volume, Hakes Brothers are the highest builder in Las Cruces. And if you look at their smaller communities with the lower price point around the 180s, they're moving very, very fast. And also some in the Metro Verde are moving very fast right now. So it's showing that. But what we're not seeing still, I'm not seeing too much of the fourplexes getting built right now. We did get a couple of apartments built just recently up on Highway 70, if you saw that. So the market right now is very good. It's not too scared of COVID. So things are still moving in the right. Does that answer some of your questions on the market?
Yes, absolutely. I was definitely going to ask about COVID, but it seems like your industry might be one of the few not you and Amazon seems like you're doing right on. No, but thank you for bringing that on. I was actually going to, Mr. Mayor, is Natalie Green on the call? I know it's a work session. She might not be, but to me, Mr. Thurston, I think it's something you've heard probably myself and Mayor Pro Tem Gandara say often about affordable housing. And I think, when you say the market or the people, I also look at our affordable housing plan and understand that we have about a 7,000 affordable housing gap, right? Not everybody can afford homes, certainly not even rent, right? I encourage as many people as possible to think about just looking into buying a home. A lot of us who have never been homeowners, who are parents, never had that privilege, think that that's a thing that's very far away. But my mortgage is probably significantly more affordable than some of my friends' rent for their, bedroom apartments. And so I'm curious about, I want to hear from either, Larry or Natalie in terms of what that affordable housing shortage looks like in Las Cruces. And then I had a couple questions for you about it, Mr. Thurston.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, this is Larry Nicholas, Community Development. I have a few comments I would like to share with the council and the mayor, but I would defer to Pro Tem Gandara. She had her hand up as well. I do have a few comments I'd like to share after the council has finished with their comments, and I will address the one that you just asked about affordable or low-income housing.
Yeah, can you go ahead and answer that question, Larry? Did I have my numbers right? Was it 7,000?
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, Larry Nicholas, Community Development. You're very close to that. That is true. One thing that has dramatically changed in the last year has to do with the mortgage company's interest rate. I've been reporting to the council and to the mayor every month that we are above our averages for activity of 20-some%, more in the 26% in the residential sector. We're probably going to see 700 homes this year, whereas 2 or 3 years ago we were at 400. That has to do a lot with the interest rate. What that means is people that with a medium income here in Las Cruces, they qualify now because of the interest rate, whereas before they were not able to qualify. And so that's why we're seeing, as Mr. Thurston mentioned, they don't have as many homes on the market. That's a very good sign. I'm very pleased that folks that had trouble with affording a home are now enabled to do that. That's a big part of it. Then we have programs with the community improvement program we have here with the Mrs. Green has that program, and we work with that. But it really has to do, in my opinion, it has to do with, as Mr. Thurston mentioned, about the home market, the ability to buy. We have different objectives and different strategies about home buying. The home builder wants to build and sell. That's their prime objective. That's their prime goal. The community development department, with our ordinances and our codes that Mr. Thurston mentioned, our objective is to build safe and sustainable structures. And then there's another agencies involved. The bankers, the mortgage companies, the insurance companies, and the title companies. Their objective is to get a certificate of occupancy that tells them that that home has built in a safe manner and will probably be a very good home for a period of 35 to 50 years. So we really have three parties involved in the market and an ability to sell homes with differing objectives. They're all very important. And so I guess I may be drifting away from the question you asked, but that has a lot to do right now with, yes, we do have that 7,000 mark for the people that are looking for affordable housing, or as I call it, and more importantly, low income housing. And I do think we have to probably adjust how we're going to do that. I was very pleased, very appreciative, and I'm pleased with Mr. Thurston mentioning that the home builders wanted to be engaged with the Elevate Las Cruces comprehensive plan. Because what we're going to find in that, and that we know, is that that comprehensive plan had certain designations for certain areas citywide, but a lot of those designations are developing what they call place types, which includes a mixed housing types for different subdivisions and different developments. It calls for retail, it calls for trails, it calls for parks. So a lot of the things that Elevate Las Cruces, but I'm very encouraged that the home builders are wanting to engage with the Elevate Las Cruces comp plan, and we will support them on that.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate you sort of laying out, reminding us that we're all coming to the table, perhaps with different interests, but ultimately, right, the interest of housing people for sure. But Mr. Thurston, I'm curious, and in terms of your part, what your thoughts are on some of that, and perhaps maybe my bigger question really is about what could the city do? What kind of policies can the city adopt to incentivize private developers to be more interested in building affordable homes for perhaps those folks that cannot afford, certainly not $249,000 home, but perhaps not even, $150 home.
Kent Thurston again here to answer some of your questions there, Councilor Bencomo. What are some of the things, incentives that the city can do? I think there's some infill projects that can happen that really could be affordable. So the problem just the problem with affordable homes and the infill is that the cost of materials and everything is today's price, where, you know, someone else was building that home that you're going to put in that neighborhood that's 30 years old. If I have to sell it today, say 150, well, the house right next door is going to appraise for, say, $80,000. So the more infrastructure and other things like that we have to end up putting in, just keep making that house go higher. So there are some incentives I think that the city can put in place, and that would probably be like some of the shared utility costs or waivers of utility costs or fees. The utilities in most cases on infill are in the street. If there's a couple of different ways to do that, I think the infill projects are really good, is a good start to start to get those. What you'll see most of the time on the lower income homes is we'll pick a subdivision where the land cost was inexpensive so that we can get that price down. So you'll probably hear in the near future from us, you'll see a couple of these coming up out at Holman, up off of Highway 70 in Holman. You'll start to see some more affordable subdivisions coming up there. It really depends on the land price and stuff like that, and lowering some of the amenities inside the homes. And so my father was a great example of affordable homes in Las Colinas. If you still go back, his whole goal was to have an affordable home, not necessarily all the frills that we have in our houses today, you know, the fancy lighting that we put in, and, you know, all the other things, and the exteriors look amazing, you know, we do. So I'm going to touch on a couple of things that my dad's done in the past and bring some of that back here in the near future. We have a project that we're working on to get that price back down for the really the first-time home buyers that need to get that price back down. So there's some of those. I know Anna Rivera, she's on here. She's also with Desert View. She could probably answer some of the questions on affordable homes for you as well, because I know that's right now, I think she's the lowest price in Las Cruces. She's going to be able to answer some of those questions too, if you want to reach out to her.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anna, you need to unmute your, there you go. And just state your name, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. This is Anna Rivera with the Las Cruces Home Builders Association and Desert View Homes. But yes, as Kent said, I started building in Las Cruces about 5 years ago in Legends West. That was our first big community. At that time, we were building a 1,200 square foot home for $132,000. That same home today, in which again, we're still trying to maintain our affordability, is at $160,000, with us actually making less on it today than we did 5 years ago. So the market is increasing, but also there's a lot of factors that go into that, such as the labor cost, and especially the hard costs nowadays. So that is one of the, when in Kent's presentation, as far as being able to give City Council a broad overview, that was one of the things that we were hoping to accomplish as well, is whenever we are looking at these types of increases, whether it may be to the trades, whether it may be in development, or even into any sort of building fees, how that affects the affordability of the home, because that is a big issue right now. Just for an example, this was according to the National Home Builders Association. For every $1,000 increase in price, it pushes 127,000 buyers out of that price range. Now that's nationally, of course, but when we're looking at these numbers and we're trying to maintain affordability, especially for our first-time home buyers, because that is a market that is struggling right now, every $1,000 is huge. So,
thank you, Ms. Rivera. I really appreciate that. Yes, absolutely. I can certainly testify myself. I was a first-time home buyer, and Legends West is in District 4, and I actually looked at a couple houses there. But I wanted an older house, you know, maybe not I didn't want to live, I wanted a big yard. It's funny because when the inspector came to my house, he said, you could have done worse. And I was like, okay, well, I'll take it. But it's the house I wanted. So I would love to keep having this conversation with the association. I think it's an important conversation we need to have in order to house people. I can't tell you, since I've been very public about, you know, being a first-time home buyer, I can't tell you how many people have reached out and said, I decided to do it, to start researching the process, particularly single women who maybe thought they couldn't do it before, but can totally, absolutely afford it and just need to jump in. I've had so many of those conversations with people. So I'd love to know, work with you all on this. This is very important to me. And so yeah, I definitely want to keep a line of communication open. I will say though, Mr. Thurston, since we're in the spirit of building bridges and getting to know each other, I have to tell you, I really don't think $47,000 income can buy a $249,000 home. I mean, maybe if you don't have any other bills or want to eat, but I think that maybe the math is a little off on that one. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, and then Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Thurston, and your pup. I think I heard your dad there, and I really appreciate it. I would agree wholeheartedly with building and relationships with you. I know that there have been a couple of times where I've had conversations with you and Nicole about issues from your perspective. And so to me, this is definitely really important, a really important opportunity. Again, I'm sorry that you felt that your side of the story last week was not told. Please remember that you can always write a letter very specifically addressing your issues. I think council is really pushing to ensure that until we get to meet face to face, this is the way we're doing business. And so staff has worked really hard, and you'll start to see soon a resolution coming to council about public participation in these virtual meetings, something that's really important. And so thank you, Councilor Bencomo, for your remarks. Affordable housing is very near and dear to me. I have loved when, Mr. Thurston, you and I have had the conversations about how do we do that, getting, near homeless and homeless people into homes. And you talked a little bit about your father getting his start in affordable housing, and then your interest, right? Your commitment to wanting to do that as well. And so I hope that there can be, 7,000 is awfully high number for us, and we just got to continue to chip away at that. And I agree that just being able to talk to one another about the issues and concerns that might arise are important. So I was interested in your slide where utilities is concerned, and I know Dr. Garcia, is he still here?
Yes.
Oh yes, okay. He's close to retiring, but I know Delilah as well. That Jornada water. Yes, we acquired it because they asked us, and it was beneficial, right, to do that. But when it happens, it puts a stressor, from my perspective, on our utilities. But I'd really like to hear from Dr. Garcia and Delilah related to those 2 points, or the Jornada water acquisition, the hookups, the customer purchase value, the new customers, because I can tell you, laying down new piping and that kind of thing is awfully expensive, and the maintenance and the things that we're trying to do with the new watering, the water meters, it is something that we should be doing, especially living in the desert, but we have to be really mindful about water conservation and those kinds of things. And I think you can definitely appreciate that. So Mayor, if you would allow me, I'd like to hear a little bit from Dr. Garcia related to two items, because there are definite gurus. And I think that it's important we're having this conversation.
Sure, absolutely. Dr. Garcia, are you?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, yeah. The acquisition of Jornada, the number is correct. We paid $16.4 million. We acquired 3,500 customers. That is correct. However, out of the 16.4 million, 7.17 million was the acquisition of an additional 2,390 acre-feet of water rights. The value of the customer base of the 3,500, when we presented this to City Council, was about approximately 9.23 million.
And Dr. Garcia, didn't you also have to upgrade the system a bit? And basically the money that was coming in from the customers was really used as like debt service to, if you needed to borrow money to pay that.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. As part of the bond issuance, we did improvements to the control system, the supervisory control system, and the revenue of the customer base went to pay for the debt service on the 9.23 million. We also have a water rights fee that is in Fund 5320, which is helping pay the debt service on the water rights. Jornada had approximately 1,961 acre-feet of water rights that they had applied for in the early 50s. And that was why we recommended to council to acquire all of the water rights, not just the water rights that had been perfected by the 3,500 customers.
And furthermore, I believe, because we have a ISO rating of #1, which is only one of 100 in the whole nation, when we take over a water system such as Jornada, Dr. Garcia's team has to upgrade that so that it's equivalent, and that costs money as well. So that wasn't just all, it went to a lot of upgrades.
That is correct. And we still, Mr. Mayor, councilors, we still have quite a few upgrades to make. There are portions of Jornada where we have to upgrade all of the fire flow. There's portions of Jornada that do have fire protection, particularly in the Las Alturas area and the areas inside city limits. So it was a mix of areas that were below our standards and areas that were meeting our standards.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. I really appreciate all of that. I think it's just important because to factor in sort of globally what all that entails. But the other thing is when a developer gives us the at this point to take over the water, it reminds me, Mayor, of the conversation you had when you talked about developing this apartment complex, and I don't remember if this was one of our meetings or one of the meetings we were talking on the phone, you and I. But I think people don't understand just the upkeep of utilities, maintaining and managing not only the streetscape and the curb and gutter and all those things. And so, Dr. Garcia, just in sort of, for example, when that happens, what is the cost to the city in order to maintain that? Say, for example, I don't know, just pick an example or the one that Mr. Thurston gave us.
Am
I making sense?
Mr. Chairman and Councilor Ganda, let me give you an answer in general terms. I'm not going to get into rates, but basically, Mr. Thurston is correct. When you have a developer builds the infrastructure within subdivisions, indeed gives it to the city and to the utility. There is another fee, and you will be discussing that, I believe, at a work session in September. That is the impact fee. The capacity, that fee pays for the capacity expansion of the system, meaning additional wells, additional capacity at the wastewater plant, additional big pipelines and things like that have to connect to these subdivisions. That is a separate fee, and that is paid by the impact fees that developers pay. And I imagine that gets some of those fees get passed on to consumers. The operation and maintenance costs of our utilities are all based on or embedded in our cost of service or our rates, our monthly rates. So what we do is, obviously, the older parts of town may need more maintenance initially. Some of the newer parts have less maintenance, but we have a global fee, monthly fee for water and one for wastewater and gas that pays for the operation and maintenance. Having said that, in the case of the Jornada system, like we said earlier, the 9.23 million, which is the value of the customer base, that was just to acquire that paying customer. The revenues from that go to pay for the debt service and also for upgrades that will occur over the years to come. We knew that we had to upgrade parts of the Jornada system when we acquired it. And we knew that some other areas, like again, I'm going to bring up Las Alturas area. There is a fantastic system in the southern end of Las Alturas that is in very good shape and is new. So for the next few years, we will continue to upgrade that to meet our city standards that are, like the mayor mentioned, they're pretty high in terms of fire protection and reliability. So other improvements that we're doing that are not included in this initial acquisition is connecting some of the Jornada system or systems to the main core system of the city of Las Cruces. That again was not included in the 16.4 million, and we will be doing that gradually. So again, it is not fair to say that the 16.4 million acquired customers and we never put money back into it. It was a good acquisition, mainly because of the water rights.
Right.
Water rights that we don't have any more water rights. So acquiring 5,900 acre feet was the driving force that led staff to recommend to council to buy the whole thing. So.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. I appreciate that. I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that because I think it's important as part of the total package of what recommendations that Mr. Thurston was making regarding is there an opportunity to lessen the fee and the pass over to the I guess to the person purchasing, right, the house. And so I'd like to have more of that conversation. I don't know that this is the appropriate time to do that, but I think it is important as we move forward. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Thurston.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Ganda, one more comment, if I may, because I think that there was discussion of infill. We do have fee waivers of the water rights fee in infill. There haven't been waivers of any other connection fees or impact fees. And the reason for that is because of the bond covenants that we have in the utility that prohibit eliminating fees. Nothing prevents the city to come with another funding source to make up for that. But the bond covenants prohibit like waiving the impact fee, for example, for infill or the connection fees. So the water rights fee is waived because it's not pledged in the bond covenants, and it's not even mentioned in the bond covenants. So I just wanted to make that comment that the discussion, you need to have the discussion to look at how to promote infill, but there are limitations in terms of the bond covenants within the utility that doesn't allow us to just eliminate fees without some offset of some form.
Sure.
That's all.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Garcia. And I hope that Councilor Vasquez will speak a little bit to the infills. We had a really robust conversation about it, and I think we tasked staff to really look at the infill opportunities or infill again and make it viable for someone to want to come and do infill. And so I was glad that Mr. Thurston brought that up, and Dr. Garcia. Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Councilor Vasquez. Wait a minute. Larry, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Councilor Gondara, Larry Nichols, Community Development. I would just add one item to Dr. Garcia's explanation about infrastructure and cost. Mr. Thurston did mention, and he is correct, that they do build a lot of the infrastructure, the roads, the curbs, the sidewalks, and he was explaining that becomes an equity for the city. But there's also another part to that, and that is once the city accepts those infrastructures, we begin to take the maintenance. And most studies you can do nationwide, it's not any different for Las Cruces. Your maintenance cost will equal the cost of what it cost you to build within the first 8 years. So the city, although we didn't pay for it initially, we have the maintenance forever.
Okay, and before I get to Councilor Vasquez, Nicole, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, sorry, I'm trying to figure these out. Councilors, Mayor, I appreciate you guys for allowing us to come in and do this presentation. I know Mayor Pro Tem Gondado, we've talked to you several times, and as always, we truly appreciate that. I just want you guys to know that our door is open to you all at all times, that if you ever have any questions or concerns when it comes to any of the fees or anything in the industry, to please reach out to us. We have an open door policy. I know Kent has stated several times that he would be willing to take you out to the job site if you wanted to learn more. So Councilor Bencomo, if you wanted to take a ride out to an actual job site, Thurston would be glad to take you. I'm sure our President, Ana Rivera, would do the same. And so I just want to say thank you again to all of you for giving us this time today.
Okay, Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Really appreciate it. All the great questions from my colleagues. Thank you to everybody, including Mr. Thurston here leading the charge for putting together this presentation. I know it's been some time in the making, and so got to apologize for not getting you on the agenda sooner. I know it was some difficulties on both ends. So I also just want to share that I'm open to conversation and to dialogue anytime you guys have questions, anytime the home building industry has any issues or questions they'd like to bring to my attention. I think you're right on in working with staff, but also working with council when it's appropriate to figure out what the best, at least from the city standpoint, policies, ordinances, and administrative decisions that are beneficial to everybody. And so thank you for that. I am especially interested in maybe convening a group at some point, Mr. Thurston, of builders and developers, in addition to perhaps advocates and city representatives, to figure out what we need to tweak in our infill policy as it's currently written to increase the affordable housing stock in infill areas, as well as commercial and retail. There's some folks in the industry that you might know. We're trying to re-envision what it might look like for us to really take advantage of some of our existing master plans and some of our older parts of the city, but also to begin to revitalize some of our older neighborhoods that perhaps have that older housing stock that, as you mentioned, is more affordable today. But increasingly, I think folks will be looking for housing opportunities on the city's East Mesa and will be leaving the inner part of the city. And that's something I don't particularly want to see, because you create some inequities there in the types of neighborhoods that we build and where people find it desirable to live to raise their family or to work. And that's, that's something we got to work on. So perhaps, we can have some dialogue or conversations about developing a better infill policy that can help spur that type of development. And then lastly, just have one question. So, this is an experience. I share an experience I had when I was in school. I was in college, and I had a friend whose father was a contractor for a developer, for a housing developer on the East Mesa. And I remember he took me to a housing site after one of my classes, and said, "Hey, I got to do something for my dad." And I didn't realize he was actually going to meet a group of workers. There were actually undocumented workers who were working on a house, and he had to tell them that they were not going to get paid that day. And he didn't speak Spanish. And so I was actually put in a really awkward spot in which he was asking me to translate to a bunch of workers there was no money in the bank to be able to pay them on a Friday after a long, hard week of work. Something that stuck with me till this day, because those men had no protection. They had no legal way to fight that, or they couldn't really say anything. All they had to do was wait to see if they would get paid. So my question, Mr. Thurston, or other folks on this call, is how prevalent is the use of undocumented labor in the building of homes in Las Cruces today?
I don't know that answer, to tell you the truth, because the way we have to pay individuals is we have to have
everything we get is documented.
Yeah, if I hire anybody, I have to have license, insurance, registrations from every single individual, every company that I work with. So let's just take say the concrete guy, right? So I hire him to do the work. However, so the individual there has to have a license, to do the concrete work. He has to have his insurance. He has to have everything like that. So we 1099 almost everybody out of ours. Construction has taken a little turn in the past few years. It's not like it used to be, where like when you'd come to me and say, okay, you're a general contractor. We used to have a lot of in-house people, right? So we would do our own framing. I would have all the payroll for my own framing. Your concrete people, everyone would work under my license. Well, it's taken a turn because when you start to do more volume, you can't keep up with the volume all as that. So it's changed. So I can't tell you, I don't have anyone as undocumented on my own payroll or anybody that I pay. Now they might pay someone else that's undocumented. However, I would not know that number because everyone that comes through us has to be documented.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. And I mean, I know kind of how it works, right? The contractors and the subcontractors subcontract someone else that hires the labor. And so you probably don't ever see it, but are you aware that is, still kind of happening within the entire process of building a home, as you mentioned, with the different subcontractors? I imagine that you hear and that you see on job sites some of these, conversations or things that happen. Do you think that's still prevalent today?
I can tell you that once when we go into politics, right? So the politics of it was to shut the border down, build the wall, shut the border. When that actually happened, you saw a lot of our workers leave. And that's actually been a real issue, because we used to go out and say, hey, I need a framing crew. Well, they would just show up. All right, got another one, and then we could go, oh, I need another concrete guy. Okay, I got another guy. Now you're hearing left and right that the people we employ cannot find more workers. And because of some, the borders changing and stuff like that, that's actually affected us to what you're specifically talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. I appreciate your honesty in that, because, we know it's a reality of how the industry works and the type of labor that's used, how subcontractors save money. Like I said, the experience I had many years ago just left such a bad taste in my mouth, because these folks essentially had no protections against, being exploited for their labor. I just know it's been part of the process for a long time here, especially considering how close we are to the border. But I appreciate your honesty, and it's something that we need to get out in the open, because, these are folks with families, folks with livelihoods, folks with futures, folks with children. So it's always important, I think, to recognize that they exist, that they're out here, and that they're helping us build our homes. And so I do appreciate that, and just wanted to make sure to ask that question. Apart from that, like I said, would love to continue working with you in any other way, but the infill policy in particular, and redeveloping the way we think about that, and what policies might be effective in spurring some more of that affordable housing in our community, where people can access jobs, can access healthcare, can walk to a grocery store, continues to be a priority for me. So appreciate perhaps your insight in the future on that. Thank you, Mr. Thurston. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem Gondara? Well, that's odd. Cassandra, Mayor Pro Tem, you there? Maybe your computer got stuck. I know Councilor Sorg's computer, internet froze, so. Okay, well,
Mayor, is it okay if we have one more word?
yes, I just need to keep stating your name.
Oh, sorry, Ken. This is going to be Ken Thurston this time. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Mayor,
You gotta say your name.
Yes.
my name is Ken Thurston. I would
How you doing
like to address a couple of the issues that I heard. The first one I'd like to address is your ability to use that calculator very quickly when it came to the land and all of that stuff. And what I'd like you to do is use the same ability, and remember that each time we do sell a house, that we have to pay a gross receipts tax to the state of New Mexico. We are able to deduct the cost of the land. So let's say our average house is 200,000 and let's say our average lot price is 40, then we would end up paying the state the 8.03 in the city of Las Cruces. So that's about a $13,000 fee. I just wanted that to be part of the discussion. It's not just a tax of our property, but there's the actual gross receipts tax to do business in the state of New Mexico. And I don't know what your percentage is as the city of Las Cruces of that 8.03%. I just know what we have to pay.
It's about a third. It's about a third, Ken.
Okay, so I'd like that to be part of the conversation in keeping some of our cost of helping the city of Las Cruces. The other one is Mr. Sorg, or Councilman Sorg. When you talk about the park, you brought memories back to me, because when I started the project up on Mesa Grande and Central.
Excuse me, just for a minute, Ken.
Yeah.
Dominic, if you can hear me, Councilor Gil Sorg is trying to call in, so if you'd please let him in, please. It's I forgot his phone number, but he's the only one that's calling in. So okay, go ahead.
Okay, there is the land that at the time we put our project together on Central and East Mesa, or Rincon Mesa, the city owns property just to the east of that off of Central. And talk about a perfect location for a park. And the city of Las Cruces already owns that property and could easily put the fees that we participated in, and also Philip Philippou's project just to the south of us. All of those park fees, he was talking about a piece of land. I think you guys have in the neighborhood of 20 acres up there for drainage and also open space that could easily be used. And I think it's only 0.6 of a mile away. And so my purpose in bringing those up is, once again, just to work together to build the better community. And I have to hand it to Kent and the Home Builders Association for putting this together, because there are so many of these things that we know about, you know about. You talk about the affordable housing infill. A lot of those things we can work with you guys on and actually bring that to pass because of our ability as a builder or developer to negate some of the issues of affordable housing. So I do want to make one comment, and that's to Dr. Garcia. I've appreciated working with him over the last 32 years and wish him well in his retirement. So if you'd pass that on, I'd appreciate it. And thank you guys for your time.
Looks like he just. Hey, Ken, before you go, can I ask you a couple questions?
You can.
Just out of curiosity, those 40 acres that you bought on the East Mesa?
The which one? The 40?
Yeah, the one that was first shown by Kent.
Yes. Rincon Mesa?
Yeah, let me just ask you this. Is it fair to say, and I just kind of ran some numbers here, because I won't put you on the spot here, but the cost of the acreage, your sewer lines, and street and gutter all came out to about $3 million? Or is that too high?
A little too low, 3.8 million.
3.8, okay.
I remember it well.
No, you're doing pretty good. I'm just trying to figure out your cost per lot, that's all. I'm just trying to see what kind of markup you guys
Back
have.
in those days, it was about $11,000 on the cost. And we sold those for about 16,000 to 18,000. And just recently we had about 4 lots left and we sold those at 22,000. So I can tell you all of those numbers.
Yeah, good. No, $11,692 cost per lot. So,
Correct.
good. All right.
And that's not today's price now.
Well, I know, but that's how much you have in it though. But,
yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, it looks like we got Mayor Pro Tem Gondara back. So you want to jump in and ask your questions, Mayor Pro Tem? No?
Sorry, Mayor, I forgot to put my hand down.
Oh, okay. Councilor Sorg, did you have anything you wanted to add? I know you were off for a bit. Hopefully you're back on. No?
I just got unmuted, Mr. Mayor. No, I'm okay.
Okay, good.
I'm
Larry?
going to try to get into the meeting one more time.
Okay, be sure to be careful and turn your phone off because you're going to start causing a lot of.
Yeah, no problem there because I can't get in.
Okay. Larry, did you have something you wanted to say?
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. I won't prolong this meeting or this presentation, but I do want to make a couple of closing comments. And that is one of the main things of this meeting was that the home builders wanted to develop a more easy relationship, I think they said, with City Council and with Mayor. And the building department and the community development will be fully supportive of that. This is what I'll offer you. The community development department normally attends this home builders lunch, business meetings and luncheons. I will pay for your luncheon for the home builder and I'll take you with me. I'll give you a ride. We also have our government affairs committee meeting with them every other month. I'll make sure you have that notification if you want to attend. It's usually held here at City Hall. And then lastly, this last year, community development participated in the home builders Build Your Future. We had, I think, $1,000. We bought a booth. We also attended their award ceremony. We bought a table for $1,000. But this year, I'll make certain that you are provided opportunities to participate in those as well. And that's what we can do to help that interface with not only the community development department's participation with the home builders and supporting their effort, but also for the City Council. And then lastly, I would offer to the Home Builders Association that this is what I've noticed over the last 14 years, and particularly the last 4 years. From my previous work in jurisdiction and here in Las Cruces, your market is changing. The home buyers have a different viewpoint now of home ownership than they've had in the past. In the past, it's always been, I want a single family dwelling with a little bit of land around it, a nice backyard. They have a different view of ownership now. Many of them are willing to have a fourplex or willing to have a townhome or different housing types. And I think there's a market there. We don't have much of that at all in the city of Las Cruces, but I think there is an opportunity for you there and probably worth pursuing. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity today for the home builders to meet with council and yourself.
Thanks, Larry, and thanks to the Nicole and Kent and Ken for your presentation and you know, I'd like to say that, you know, I was maybe 2 years ago, we gave you the Mayor's Distinguished Service Award. I thought that was, you know, we don't just give that to anybody. And, you know, we're really proud of what you all have done for the city and such. And so, you know, anyways, we'll continue to have dialogue. And I think that's really what it's all about is communication. So we appreciate all that you do. And earlier, as you heard, home building really has roots, spreads out, and touches all kinds of people, whether it's the banking, insurance, the titles, lumber, plumbing, electrical, sheetrock, concrete, everything, roofers, real estate people. I mean, you name it. It's the backbone of the nation's economy. So we appreciate each and every one of you, and also to the developers. You know, earlier you heard Ken Thurston say he had 11,000 or so per lot. I mean, that's a huge risk, and whether or not he can sell it. And so we appreciate the developers who go out on a limb and develop these lots so that contractors can buy them and build houses. So it's just a big team is really what it's all about. And so we appreciate the information that you've all have provided, and we look forward to perhaps maybe a biannual update from you all, and just come by and share with us what you're seeing in the market. Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so next we're going to go to item number 3, helping local small business. And I believe we have with us Elad and Michael. Are you guys still there?
Yep, we're here. Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I have to say, I bet you guys were just really interested. This is, I can almost assure you, you've never sat through a city council work session. Is that correct?
I have before,
You have.
but I will say Elad, who's here, is actually I'm in New York City. Elad's in Israel. So Elad, you can tell us what time is it by you?
It's 1:26 a.m., but I have to mention that I was a council member in my hometown, so
wow.
Definitely heard the case of unpaid check. It happens in Israel. There is a precedent.
Oh,
can
wow.
send you the
Okay.
papers later.
Sounds good. Well, Dr. Payedes, I saw that you had opened your mic. Were you going to want to say something to start this off, or what were you going to do?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, this is Francisco Payares for the record. We had a small presentation as well to show some of the local initiatives we're undertaking with the Economic Development Department, but I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Mayor, if you want us to go before them or after them. It's on the same topic.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's go with them, and then we'll follow up with you all if that's okay. I know Elad. Yeah, gosh, you've been up for a while then. Anyways, this is a really interesting concept that they have, and I think this is. How did you guys word it? It's a way of bringing Amazon to the ability of Amazon to our local businesses here in town, so that they can now be able to sell their goods and services online a lot easier at an extremely affordable opportunity. I think is how you guys pointed it, and that to me was just music to my ears. So I don't know which one of you gentlemen are going to start off first.
Yeah, so I can start off, and thanks again, Mr. Mayor, for having us. My name is Michael Mazur. I am the Vice President of Business Development at Kolu, based in New York City. Unfortunately, I cannot be right now in Las Cruces, but hopefully one day. And Elad, if you want to introduce yourself quickly.
Elad Erdan, based in Israel. I'm responsible for the global business development as well, together with Michael.
All right. So I will start with a brief presentation. I don't know if you all can see my screen.
Yes, it's good.
Wonderful. So again, thank you, and thanks for everyone for being here and listening. And I know we spoke to the mayor a few weeks back and explained our platform and what we do. And I think we saw that it can be extremely relevant in Las Cruces. We know that what we can do really can help achieve the goals of Elevate Las Cruces in terms of economic prosperity, livable community, social partnerships, and much more. But I'll start a little bit about us as a company. So Kolu as a company has been around for about 5 years. We're based in Israel and in the US, in New York, about 41 employees. And about 9 months ago, we decided to shift our focus from the European and Israeli markets to the US market because we saw a void. The void was that we saw that US cities did not have a cool and modern way to connect with residents. And there was no real way for cities to get residents to take action. And we decided to come to the US, and then COVID hit. And once COVID hit, we really had to go and see and discuss, how can we best help cities with the immediate effects that they have because of the pandemic. And from speaking to cities all over, we really saw one big common denominator. And that was that cities were unable to get people to shop at local businesses. Cities needed to stimulate their local economy. And we realized that if we focus on that, we can really, really help utilize our experience in our 5 years in Europe and in Israel to do things that ultimately will help create a positive economic impact. So, right now, I think we hear this everywhere and we talk about this every day. Local businesses are struggling, and then, they had the Q2 results for the bigger players, Amazon, Walmart, they're all profiting like never before. This dichotomy that has come up is obviously something we see in every city, whether it's a city with 10,000 residents or 500,000 residents. And we're in the midst of the pandemic, and ultimately when we look at how we can help stimulate the local economy, we have to really figure out, why are people shopping on Amazon? Why are people not shopping at local businesses? And a lot of it comes from convenience, a lot of it comes from habits and from behavior. And we want to figure out and help cities look at that void, which is people are inclined to use, e-commerce platforms and are not exposed to local businesses. So if we want to talk about behavioral change, we have to really look at a little bit deeper and focus on things that are outside the box. CARES Act funding, and actually I have a graph here right now, goes directly to residents in the form of economic impact payments, in the form of unemployment insurance, or to small businesses in the form of loans and grants. And we see this, across the board, right? In every city that we speak to, and we've probably spoken to well over 100 in the past few months. And what we see, though, as the biggest void right now is that a lot of these funds, including CARES Act funds, are not used to encourage local consumption. And what does that really mean? You mean that a lot of these funds kind of come in and they go directly in these forms. And it's great, a loan or a grant for a small business is great as a one-time payment and a one-time boost, but it does not get people and the residents to shop at these local businesses. And, the whole point is looking at how we can utilize CARES Act funds and other funds in general to get a behavioral change so that people think twice before they go online and shop on Amazon and Walmart, and get them to shop at the local businesses in Las Cruces. So this is kind of the way where we're looking at it. We're looking at how we can get people to shop at local businesses and use the initial funds to stimulate the economy and create a behavioral change that will last much longer than the incentive on its own. And so, we're very big into data and into information and into looking and analyzing. And in the US, I don't know if some of you may be familiar with this, but the average US resident spends about $50 per month on Amazon. And what we want to see is how we can reshift that pie. So if we can take, for example, a city with about 100,000 residents like Las Cruces and get people to take about 15% of their purchases on Amazon and convert them to purchases made at local businesses, that on its own would create an additional $9 million of annual revenue coming in to local businesses. So we talk about keeping the wealth local, getting more jobs, and all these funds that are coming in from the CARES Act. But ultimately, we just have to look at things a little bit differently, right? Reshift the pie to get people to shop locally. And obviously the benefits are there. And other statistics that we talk about is that when people shop at local businesses, right, the likelihood of each dollar spent at a local business is staying local is much greater. The statistic is usually 52% of revenue coming into local businesses stays in the local economy, and 14% of revenue going into national chains stays in the local economy. So it's a huge difference. So those residual effects are obviously clear, and it's something really to talk about. And, the question, it all kind of sums to this, right? How do we get the average resident in Las Cruces to buy their shampoo from a local business and not on Amazon? And we talk about incentives and behavioral change being one, and obviously we'll get much more into it. But number two is really creating the emotional connection between residents and between the businesses. If people can associate the business owners with the businesses themselves, with their hair salon, with their convenience store, then they will again think twice before they go online on Amazon, because they know that they are helping and supporting their local economy. And I'll just show you a quick video of what we're doing in Akron just to start out and give you guys an explanation a little bit more into detail about our platform and how we support this. I hope this works. So were you guys able to hear this or no?
No, no sound.
Okay. Okay, no sound. That's not good. So let me see. There may be one actually more thing that I can do here. Sorry about that. There's a way to optimize it for video. Now better?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
When you shop, eat, and drink in Akron, how do you make every action count? What if it was as simple as following the blimp? Now more than ever, our local businesses need your support. So let the blimp lead you to a new spot or a local favorite. Because every purchase you make in Akron means another blimp in your wallet. Introducing Akronite, the app that rewards you for shopping local. It's simple. Just download the app, create an account, and link it to your preferred payment method. No fees or hassles. You'll discover new, exciting Akron stories and destinations, plus the local spots you know and love. When you make a purchase at participating businesses, you'll earn Blimps, Akron's very own digital reward credits. You can use Blimps to make purchases at local businesses right from the app. Blimps can only be used in Akron, so what's earned here stays here, giving our businesses a boost at a time they need it the most. We're all Akronites, and with the Akronite app, we can all make a difference in our city. Download it today and make every action count.
All right, so this is actually a video of our first city, which is Akron, Ohio. We launched officially about 2 weeks ago, and we selected Akron as our first city because, you know, when we decided to move into the US market, we only had one city that we could start with, and they were very proactive in the sense of being the first and thinking outside the box. And they had a huge motivation to help because there was very low morale with their local businesses. So a big part of what we started doing is also showcasing how the city is taking action to help promote these local businesses. And in the first 2 weeks, I can say that we already doubled in the first week the amount of registrants that we expected for the first month. And the program has been very successful. We've been getting great feedback locally, and we've been getting a lot of interest from other cities. So to be honest, right now, what we're doing is we're actually looking to see what our next 5 US cities will be with. Will be in this year for 2020. We have capacity for 5. So we're always looking to find, you know, cities that are thinking outside the box and are very proactive. And I can say from just listening to, you know, this working session before, I can see, and I have attended a lot, that there is really this internal desire from the city to take action and to really be thorough in things. And it's not something you see in every city. So I think just from hearing this, it really is great to listen and to see, and hopefully we can help. Generally speaking, what we do is we offer cities a white label mobile app and platform. So in Akron, it's called Akronite because each resident of Akron is called Akronite. And the way it works is that the app rewards residents for taking actions or behaviors that promote the strategic goals of the city. So we look to see what are the goals the cities want to achieve. For example, now it's how do we get people to shop local? And we use concepts of gamification and behavioral economics to really drive that behavioral change. And the way it works is you get rewarded with a city coin. Each city coin is worth $1. In Akron, each city coin is called the blimp because of the Goodyear blimp that originated there. So each city gets their own kind of cute name. So I'm sure you guys could think of something for Las Cruces. And the way it really works is that when you shop at a local business, for example, the city decides to allocate a certain percentage of cash back that you get for shopping at that business. That's the incentive, right? That's the reward. As you shop, let's say you spend $10 at a business, at a restaurant downtown, you will then get, let's say if it's 20% cash back, 2 local coins. As you continue to earn and accumulate coins, you can then redeem them only at participating local businesses in the city. And typically those businesses are only businesses that are not chains, right? They're usually mom and pop stores, they're usually businesses that are independently owned. And that way you're really creating that circular economy. And the app itself, again, like you saw in the video, is a city app. The city can ultimately generate revenue from the app. We are the technology provider, but we also look to do something a little bit more. We want to tie the connection between the, everyone talks about technology being this like euphoric change, we put technology and it makes everything better, but it's obviously not like that. So what we look to do is to connect between the technology and the implementation of the boots on the ground to make it work, right? How do you connect those two? And ultimately that's how change happens. So a little bit more about the app, and again, I'll leave it to the end for questions, but we have the app, which is basically supported by stories, which I'll talk a little bit more about. And each story, though, can either have a call to action, which is to shop at specific segments of businesses. So, for example, shop at businesses downtown and get 20% cash back. Shop at businesses in West Mesa and then get 30% cash back at the industrial park. And it could also be initiatives that promote segments of businesses, like shop at a minority-owned business and get 10% cash back. Shop at a veteran-owned business and then get 20% cash back. So the whole point here is really to help the city achieve the goal. So we would look and see what the goals are and how we can use these incentives to get people to do them and to take those actions. And the app also itself, if you look at the discovery section, that's where you can really see the types of businesses near you. A big part of it is awareness, meaning you open the app and you see, okay, what are the businesses that are next to me? What are the businesses that are within proximity of where I am? And sometimes that awareness part is extremely important because people don't necessarily know what they have and what's kind of just on their doorstep. So a big part of it is here. And a cool thing to note is that with the platform, any businesses that the city would like to select will automatically be uploaded as earning businesses to the app. And the way it works is very similar. The analogy usually is like a credit card. When you use the Chase credit card, for example, and you get 1% cash back, you're getting 1% cash back for any purchase you make, regardless of where you're purchasing. Same thing here. Only once businesses become redeeming businesses, meaning businesses that accept the local coin, do they have to opt in, and then we set them up so they can accept the local coin, which is a very simple process. And the way the app works is when you open the app, as you probably saw in the video, it starts with stories. The stories have different types of objectives. You have certain stories that are stories where the call to action is shop at a specific segment of business, shop at a specific neighborhood, shop at a specific business style. And other stories are things that represent the different neighborhoods, the different businesses, owners, and also the different locals. So for example, in Akron, every week, the city highlights 3 local businesses. And the way it works is each business gets a story, and it's called the story behind the counter. So it's a story where the business owner gets interviewed and they say the story. Why did they start their business? What drives them? So these things kind of create that emotional connection so that when you as a resident go to that business itself, you can be like, oh, wow, I didn't realize you went to the same high school. Oh, I didn't realize that this is your story. And that emotional connection that I keep saying is extremely critical. The other parts of stories are really that stories can ultimately connect the different entities and ecosystem within the city of Las Cruces. So for example, in Akron, different local nonprofits have their own stories, where the call to action at these stories are not just to shop like other ones, but the call to action is learn more about the nonprofit, learn more about local artists, about local entrepreneurs, about local neighborhoods. And the whole point is to have an app for the city that encourages people to shop, but also creates that awareness and civic engagement aspect to get people to be much more aware of what's going on around them. So using technology really to connect with what's going on in the city. And a big part of it is really the data, right? We look to see what the economic impact is of every dollar coming into the app in terms of the ROI. So if, for example, the city invests, and I'm just throwing numbers, $100,000 in the form of rewards, and it comes in the form of 10% cash back, that's $1 million of economic impact to local businesses. And the data is critical because it helps you understand how are people using those percentages of cash back to ultimately create a behavioral change, and ultimately how is that improving local consumption. And it's very important to also see, because you can also learn about other trends. You can learn about where are people coming from. Are they living in neighborhood X and shopping in neighborhood Y? And then maybe you can look at the transportation methods that they have to get from neighborhood X to Y. The data is critical, and we're very keen to work with the city to show and explain how these incentives really create a behavioral change, and really to look at the numbers. And in Akron, Ohio, I can say again, it's been literally 2 weeks since we started. We have already 150 merchants onboarded. We started with 2 kind of trial period neighborhoods, and we're already expanding to the 3rd and 4th neighborhoods just because of the demand coming in from the businesses. We had about thousands of downloads without zero marketing dollars spent. So all we did is really the mayor made an announcement to the city. It really got a lot of attention from the media. We had social media posts, and ultimately in terms of user acquisition, we doubled the amount that we expected in the month from the first week, which was really great. One other thing to note is really that we got a lot of great feedback from the business owners. Usually the first 40 or 50 business owners, we fly out and we go and meet them with the city to really get them onboarded, but really get them to know about the app, especially because it's new. And I can say from Akron, we learned and we saw that a lot of them are, experiencing a lot of pain, but ultimately they're optimistic. And when they see the city taking action, when they see things happening, going to hopefully benefit them, it really gives them the sense of hope. And they all have a unique story, right? I can say I met myself with maybe 45 businesses in a span of 2 days. And we see their story, we see that they need help, and we see that these incentives ultimately are this little glimmer of hope that'll get people to shop more at these local businesses instead of online. And for example, these are the initial reward segments that we have in Akron. You get technically 30% cash back for shopping at restaurants in the city. You get 20% cash back for shopping at beauty, health, and fitness salons. And you get also about 20% cash back for shopping at retail, clothing, and specialty shops, so clothing stores. And the city also wanted to specifically promote Black-owned businesses. So when you shop at a Black-owned business in Akron, you get an additional 10% cash back for those businesses. And 2 things that it does. So on one hand, the city can, on a monthly basis, switch it around. It can be 1 month Black-owned businesses, the next month it'll be maybe veteran-owned businesses, and the next month it'll be women-owned businesses. Any minority that the city wants to promote can be rewarded. And number 2 is that the whole point is that these reward initiatives or stories also will show you an aggregated list of which are the Black-owned businesses in the city, because sometimes that's what's missing. People don't even know what are the Black-owned businesses. And if you have that subconscious connection between those businesses, and you know that this business is a Black-owned business or this business is a woman-owned business, maybe you'll think again when you want to shop online, right? Maybe you'll think again when you want to shop at Amazon. And I can say really we've been getting great feedback from the local businesses. Even from the first few days, I mean, people are already using it and people are excited, right? Residents are excited. It's a game, right? We gamify it and people are using it more and more. And so it's wonderful to get good feedback from the local merchants. And I'm getting towards the end. And so one last thing is really that the city has capabilities to monetize the app. We know that funds are a challenge now and that cities have unprecedented budgets. We know that every dollar is critical and there's so many parts of the city that need help and support during these times. We recognize that. We want to also show the city how ultimately this platform can also get more revenue in. So a few different ways for this to happen is 1, some cities ultimately will charge a small fee for merchants to participate in the app. Could be $15 per month. And the way it works is really, when you think about it, a lot of restaurants now are paying very high fees to be on the delivery platforms. For example, Uber Eats, DoorDash. And one thing this app could do is that it can funnel people who purchase at restaurants to only get rewarded if they purchase through the restaurant's organic website. So for example, that's a way that this platform is ultimately getting residents to not only see the businesses, but also where the call to action is to shop specifically at the business's organic website. And that's one way that the city also can make money from it. Number two is that, of course, the app itself is sort of like real estate. The last discussion was about real estate, but this is more of a virtual real estate. Each story on the app has its own real estate. And usually there's about 20 stories that go on concurrently. There could be local entities that want to promote specific initiatives for pay. It could be local sponsors, and they would promote stories on the app. And the city can charge for that. But ultimately, the more important thing is that you could have local nonprofits, you could have local corporations fund specific initiatives as well. So you could have a local corporation say, hey, we want to help promote women-owned businesses in Las Cruces. So we'll put in, $50,000 for it. The city will take a fee, a transaction fee for it. And that's one way to monetize. And on the other hand, it's a win-win because, again, those funds are used to the benefit of local Las Cruces residents. And then, of course, the residual effects of shopping locally are, as I had mentioned, the 50+% of the dollars coming in to local businesses stay local, whereas it's only 14% if it's at a national chain. And these are some of the local businesses. I'm sure you all are familiar with them. And so we really want to see how we can help support these local chains and local businesses in Las Cruces. And the last thing is how it works, right? What are the initial steps? So as we select our next round of cities, one of the things we always do is we look at, okay, what is the setup? What are the initial things we do? The initial things we do when we start working with the city is we work to determine what are the objectives that the city has. What are the objectives that the city wants to achieve? Is it getting people to shop at West Mesa Industrial Park? Is it getting people to shop downtown or whatever it may be? And we look and see how we could use incentives to get people to do that. We map out the different businesses. We map out the rewards budget and what the potential could be in terms of the sensitivity, meaning what will 10% cashback yield versus 20% cashback. And we build that whole model to determine what the best and most efficient way to create a quick impact is. We then set up the app from a design perspective, with the branding of Las Cruces. If it's for an existing Shop Local initiative or for a new one, we would brand it with the name, with the logo, with the city coin name. And then we would really get the businesses onboarded. So we have a whole playbook that we give to cities and that we really work with and do it ourselves in the beginning. But it's a playbook that says, okay, we get the businesses onboarded, we connect them from the point of sale, we show them how it works, and it's a very simple process. And then what we do is we really do strategy sessions, from behavioral economic impact strategy consultations. We have different ways that we show cities how strategic partnerships and alliances can help boost the app. And then we really go on the ground and come in to get it launched, to acquire the initial customers, to make sure that people are using the app, right? Like, what good is it to have an app if people aren't using it? And those are usually the first months of the program. It takes us about 2 months from the second that we sign with the city to get something up, usually to get into beta mode. So we can move pretty quickly, which is why we're really looking to see, what are the best cities to continue with in the US market. Because again, since the Akron program, we have been getting a lot of interest. Because again, this is something we see across the board, right? Those vouchers and gift cards are typically just not enough, and there's no way really to monitor the data from them. So this is really something that is a little bit different. That's kind of, again, in a nutshell to start. I can, start in questions if there are any.
Well, thanks, Michael. So I saw where you charge the or the city can charge the merchant. So what does it cost for the city to have this app? I guess the cities is the one who has the app. I'm trying to remember from a while back.
Yeah, exactly. So these are the costs right now, really, in terms of the cost structure. There's 2 options we give. Some cities want to start with a trial period. We do it because, again, it's new in the US. So we offer it at a 4-month trial period with no additional commitment necessary. And if you go that route, it would be the $25,000, which includes, the platform setup fee and everything. Or you can do the initial, 1-year commitment immediately, which would ultimately be less, but again, would require a greater commitment. And that's really our reduced pricing for COVID. All of this includes the entire aspect of the operation, meaning we really are hands-on and do everything to make sure that the program is successful. I can say that with Akron, we flew out probably 5 or 6 times in the past 2 months just to make sure that all the businesses are onboarded, to make sure that the program is a success. And because these are our first US cities, we are also very much it's our best interest that these cities succeed. We cannot have these programs not succeed. So really, it's all inclusive of everything that you saw. And the only one thing we do ask is from the cities that we select is part of our selection criteria is that the cities do commit at least $20,000 in rewards budgets. So those are funds that go directly towards incentives that will ultimately go to the residents and to the local businesses.
Okay. All right. So we have a couple questions from some council members. And so Councilor Beta Stuvey and then Mayor Pro Tem Gondra.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you. This is a very interesting app that you have and structure. So I do have a few questions for you all. I noticed you actually had a business in my district on your little list. So I take it then that you've talked to other businesses in our area, kind of filtered out support for that, or not yet?
So not yet. We typically first work with the city. We get the approval before we go out to get the support of local businesses. It's a city project, right? So it's championed by the city, and we want to make sure that the city is on board before we start talking and helping with the local business side.
Okay. I know it's a little bit different. I would want to make sure that my businesses were interested in using this type of platform. Since COVID has happened, there are a lot of businesses that are feeling the strain. One of the areas that the business that you had, it's a coffee shop. And so but they also sell a lot of goods. So I can see how this could be a very useful platform instead of using something else. But at the same time, so the city, I take it, we pay a fee, and then we need to pay for the rewards, and then businesses also pay a fee, or if we pay the fee, the businesses could enter the platform. How does that work?
So the city can pay a fee. The businesses can pay a fee if the city elects to charge a fee. I can say that the city of Akron waived the fee for the first year, they say. So for the first year, any business that joins gets to join at no cost. So ultimately, the barrier to entry for business is minimal. There really isn't anything they have to do except for give the information needed to be a participating business.
Okay, so we can waive. Thank you. I think that's something where if we were to consider this type of platform, we're trying to help the businesses here, and I just don't think that they are going to be able to have these types of like monthly occurring costs. And so I just want us to look into that. I also quickly, since I'm a newer counselor, I just want to check back in on procurement issues. Like when we talk about these types of different programs and things like that, what's our policy on being able to move forward on these types of things? And that might be for legal or staff.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Counselor. That's why I brought it forward. To my knowledge, I don't know of any business or any type of platform like this in the United States that I've ever seen. This is really one of a kind, but if council wanted us to at least move forward and see what we can find out, then staff would then in turn see what, if anything, we can do. And then also, I think there's a certain amount. I think the 25,000 is within David's budget that he can do without. I think there's a certain amount that can go without having to do a bid. But so again, I'm not really that familiar with that. I just wanted council to get an idea of if this is something here that would be helpful to businesses, and if so, then direct staff to try to figure out how, if anything, we can get this thing going.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I just want to add here one point again.
Sorry, who's talking?
Sorry, this is Elad from Coli.
Elad. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to, at this point, really continue what Michael said before, that in the city of Tel Aviv, who, as you can imagine, also suffered from the restrictions and the COVID, we were really able to see how we create an immediate effect. So there's been almost 2 weeks from the day that the city made the phone call, and once we saw residents that are shopping locally. And when we're looking at the data, we can really see how the revenues of small businesses grew around in around 700% in 45 days. So I think that, again, one of the reasons we create this trial period formula is to enable cities to create this very, very immediate effect and move quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ilan.
Mayor, excuse me, could I interrupt? This is Barbara DeLeon.
Yes, Barbara.
I apologize. I'm a co-host of the meeting, so I can't raise my hand right now. So I apologize for the interruption. But Mayor and Council, Barbara DeLeon, for the record. I just wanted to speak to Councilor Abeyta Stubby's question with respect to procurement. So typically the staff would evaluate the need and the form of procurement that would be appropriate, make the determination about how to proceed with that, again, if needed. So when these opportunities come forward, there's certainly an administrative function associated with this in terms of the evaluation of the process for procurement. And then, of course, as that is determined, it may or may not come back to council depending on the level of procurement and the other options for providing the services that are being proposed by various vendors or entities. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Barbara. That does. You. Now, the next couple questions are more about the app itself. What type of support do you have in case of, errors with the app? Like, what's our technical support that is?
So, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So in terms of the technical support, the way it works is that when people have any issues, they have directly a communication channel through us. We handle the operation for the consumer as well as for the local businesses if they have any issues. I can say just from Akron, from the first few weeks, there haven't been really many issues. A lot is just like kind of information, or they want to maybe understand a little bit more or need some help, but it's very intuitive. So we haven't really been getting too much, which is a good thing, I will say, from all the users that we have in the app.
And what type of comments, what's been, I would say the comments that you've been hearing from your other governmental agency that you're working with on ways that it's really been able to help them that they weren't expecting?
So I think that one thing that's been very helpful is we call it the network effect. And that's really seeing that initially when we were just starting to explain to the small businesses about what was going on, and they were rightly so, like, okay, what is this? What's this company that we don't even know, ever heard of, that starting a program with the city? They immediately, their initial reaction was like, no. Once we explained and overcame that barrier with the first dozen or few businesses, and they recognized, like, they said, oh, wow, this is something that's great for us. Then what the city saw is that businesses ended up really just approaching us and approaching the city saying, hey, can we be part of the platform? So once we got to more of a critical mass of the initial businesses that participated, we then had the ability to streamline it so that we can onboard businesses quickly and really achieve the results that we wanted to. And we frankly didn't expect it to happen that quickly from our experience in Israel. But I think that because of the times, because of these issues that these businesses are having, they really just jumped on it and they said, great, this is time to think differently, to think outside the box.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate, I know the time differences and everything, so I really appreciate you staying up and enjoying a full meeting work session. I think I might have a couple more questions just in a little bit, but yeah, I find this very fascinating. And I know that, we're in unique times. And I've always said that life moves fast. There's great paces for a lot of different things, and we have to be thinking outside the box. The one thing that I would suggest, if we were to look into this further, if there was a way so that we could do it to waive fees for the businesses, at least at first, I think that would be helpful. If we want to add any more costs, even if it's to promote, I just think that in the spirit of what we're trying to provide, that we shouldn't be adding costs onto them. So thank you so much. This was very interesting, like I said. And thank you, Mayor.
Mhm. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michael, and your partner for coming to us. I'm really intrigued and very curious about this. It reminds me a little bit of our app that we had many years ago for our downtown DLCP. They called it the Heart of Las Cruces. And the businesses downtown were able to participate, sort of highlighted, in categories, food, entertainment, retail, those kinds of things. And then the responsibility of the executive director, right, to get people on the program. And then I don't remember because it's not in existence anymore, but I want to say that, and if it didn't happen, that DLCP does a lot of those really fun kinds of, okay, if you participate business in this, right, you get where you're like free advertising, so to speak, in some respects. And then they have sort of this punch program, like you come and you spend so much money, you get what it may be. I don't know if it's a free item or whatever. I'm not sure if if it was to that extent, and I might be putting two programs in the past that was developed. So I'm super excited about the opportunity. I think the past week we had a presentation from the Economic Development PRC with staff related to economic gardening and the ability, to build up our businesses specific to the West Mesa Industrial Park, which is obviously a priority of ours. But I was still concerned about during COVID, right? What are we doing for the local businesses here? And thought that we should be focusing a little bit more on our local businesses, so to speak. And so for me, this is a way to do that. And so my question is, in the city that you worked with here in the United States in Ohio, how did you involve the Chamber of Commerce? Or did you? I wasn't sure if that was something that you did.
So, very good question. In Akron, we decided to start with 2 neighborhoods because, again, it's always important to not go full blown from day one. Akron has about 200,000 residents, so it's about double size in population of Las Cruces. But we had to decide, 2 neighborhoods. So the 2 neighborhoods we decided were downtown and University Park by University of Akron. And the way it worked is each neighborhood, we worked with their local liaison. So, for example, downtown, we worked with the local Downtown Akron Partnership, and with the university, we worked with the local university partnership. And the chamber we have been working with, but for some reason, not as much as, I think, again, it's nuances for each city has their own kind of dynamic. So in Akron, we're specifically working with a partnership, and it's been great because we all have the same goal and objectives, and we're all on the same page. So it's always important for us to meet and convene with those entities and within the city that have those objectives.
Great.
And I'll add to that, Michael, that also there are many other players at the local ecosystem, as the arts communities and even the sports club of the city, and many different players that now are taking part in terms of content creation, in terms of sponsorship, and even nonprofits that the city wants to highlight. So imagine that each nonprofit has his own story on the app. So it's not only rewarding residents for taking an action, but also to really boost the sense of community and create this resiliency of the city and the community.
I really appreciate that. And I think if we can collaborate and coordinate with some of those, like you say, ecosystems already established that have good working relationships, such as the chambers, we have 3 here in existence. I mentioned also our economic development policy review committee, where definitely would love to see this this presentation be given, but most importantly to our economic recovery committee. We've established one specific to our COVID response. I think this would be an exciting thing to talk to them about, maybe something that they can get behind, right? Along with the Las Cruces Safe Promise, something that I think we could highlight in this particular platform. And so I do want to give some examples. I love the examples that you gave on, women entrepreneurs or single moms or Latinos or African-American businesses, those things. I had an individual who started her own business and really wanted to hire women entrepreneurs, right? Like the subcontractors to build out and that kind of thing, and really didn't know where to go, how, if even there's such a list. And it got me to thinking, especially when working with the city, that it's something that I think we could easily do, but I do have the concerns about the procurement and anti-donation. And so I would definitely, leave that for staff to vet and really, and our legal team to understand what that would consist of. What is your capacity for the number of businesses that you're able to take on so the platform?
Yeah, so really in terms of capacity, it's to an extent, I won't say unlimited because it's limited, but we could do hundreds of businesses to start. It's usually technologically isn't the issue, it's more operationally.
Sure.
Meaning it's more figuring out, okay, what are the initial areas to start, just so we give the residents an experience that is not too overwhelming. Yeah. And we always want to make sure that it's kind of starting small and then expanding to other neighborhoods as opposed to just starting full blown. And we've learned that from a lot of experience. So that's the balance between technology and between the operation of the technology and its implementation is where we always try to make sure we can just give the residents the best experience.
Absolutely. So Michael Nila, can you give me an example of sort of the build out, maybe in Israel or other countries that you've done this? It sounds like you started small, like a pilot, and then like a time frame or timeline, what we could expect and the community would expect in something like this as in terms of the build out.
Yeah, so I can say in terms of the timeline, and I'll give Akron as an example because the US is obviously more similar in that case. In terms of timeline, it works fairly quickly. So we would sign with the city. Once we sign, there's an announcement, typically by the mayor, to the local business owner. So in Akron, we did a Zoom session, obviously with the circumstances. And in that announcement, there's announcement, we're starting this program in the city. And for the business owners, here's how it's going to look like. Here's what we need from you. The call to action from that typically is for the first cohort of businesses. It's usually like a quick call. It could be with us for those that want additional information. So we would do, a quick call with them to just explain a little bit more about the program, just again, to answer questions that they may have, but also for them to know that there's a listening ear. Typically for those calls, we would always love to have the city join or a representative if possible, or someone from the chamber, but not necessary, but it's great to have. And the subsequent step would be, again, meetings in person. And we would come out, again, usually for the first 30 to 50 businesses and meet them individually with usually, again, a city representative, explain how the program works and also onboard them to the platform. So, for example, if you as the city say, hey, we want to select 200 businesses to start, the businesses don't even have to opt in. They're automatically part of the platform because those are businesses where you earn for shopping there. You spend with your regular credit card, you automatically get rewarded. Only businesses that want to accept the local coin, those have to opt in. So those businesses, what we do is we explain to them, number one, they give us the account information so that every month, let's say people spent 200 local coins, then that month they would get payment in cash of $200, right? The equivalent. So for that, they need to sign up their account to the third party that we work with. And the third party is called Tipalti, based out of San Francisco. And also what we do is we set them up from their point of sale. And why? So how does it work, right? If you want to redeem 10 local coins, let's say 10 blimps in Akron, and I want to go to my coffee shop, I buy a sandwich and a coffee, it costs me $10. I would go on the app, I click on 10, like you saw in the video, and redeem. So what happens when I redeem, that automatically triggers on the back end so that that business is now will be getting those $10 in the form of cash, right? Those 10 blimps in the form of cash. But what we do is we set up the small business so that on their point of sale, whomever is on the counter, they have cash, credit card, and then we set up another button for local coin. And that's only for their reconciliation purposes, but so they know that they need to, that they're accepting that local coin. So they know for their records, they can reconcile that with the emails and the notifications that they get once a purchase happens virtually. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. It makes sense. Thank you. Thank you for that. Again, I think this is really exciting. I think we should move forward. Obviously, letting staff vet this a little more and making sure that we're in line with our not going against our anti-donation clause and the procurement code, and only they know what the specifics are to that. But I think it's important, Mayor and Council, to move forward. I think our businesses are really hurting, and this could really give them a leg up and helping them pivot right during this time, which I think is extremely important. So thank you both. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Just out of curiosity, you're the only two that commented. I agree with what you're saying, Mayor Pro Tem, to move forward. Let staff vet this and see how we can. Okay, there, Councilor Vasquez.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I think I got some of your emails, guys, from Kolu. The only thing I'd say, I think it's a great idea. I know there's local entrepreneurs that have tried to do similar things for a long time. I don't know that they've had a whole lot of success. Some of them have started and stopped. There's always new companies kind of trying to do this. And so I know that there might be some local options to do this. So I just want to put that out there, but I think it's a great idea.
Okay. Okay, well,
I'll just respond if possible.
Mayor?
So I'm sorry.
yes. Who's speaking?
This is Gil Sorg.
Oh, Councilor Sword. Yes.
Yeah. I've heard this being done in a city out in California, medium-sized city, and apparently it seemed to be working very well. So I'd like to see us give us a try.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you. Yeah, I just thought another comment too. Just you know, what always seems to happen with some of these programs is the sustainability part, right? Keeping it going, because these things, you know, these marketing approaches are fresh when they come out the gate, and like keeping them sustainable is the tough part. You know, after a couple of years, there might be a new service, or you know, folks might gravitate towards a different way of shopping, and that's something just to be conscious of. Small businesses right now are probably getting hit up a lot by different companies, and part of what they're being asked to do, thinking about companies like Grubhub or Lodell, you know, some of these other companies that are taking advantage of the times to promote small businesses, is they end up having to pay into these services, you know, percentage of their profit or a certain fee that they have to tack on. For example, for a meal, you know, if you order something off of DoorDash or Grubhub, you're probably paying like 40-50% more than what that meal costs. And those fees, you know, a lot of times they get passed on to the customer, but sometimes they get passed on to the business, and they basically get charged. You know, if you want to be part of DoorDash because everyone's using it, you know, you got to give us a 5% cut on all the services or all the products or whatever food that you sell. And so I also just want us to be aware of that, as we're in an environment, I think right now, where small businesses are being approached by a lot of marketing companies, probably have a lot of vendors that are helping them sell their product. And so communication about any particular product that the city would endorse or would promote has to be done and I think in a way that takes into account that they're being hit up, from all angles in terms of.
Can't hear you too good, Councilor Vasquez, but I think we got the gist of it. So.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Oh, okay, good.
And this is Michael Mazur. If I could just respond quickly, I'll say that just to make it clear that this would be a city app, meaning this would be an app that is the City of Las Cruces app. And ultimately, the whole point really is, like you had mentioned, not to charge businesses to participate not to take their revenue from it, meaning a nominal fee to participate is okay, but not to charge these exorbitant rates that other larger delivery services like DoorDash that you mentioned are charging. So because it's a city app, this is a way to really overcome all those other small players that are trying to make money off this, and to look at it in a way where this is promoting the good of the local businesses and not trying to take away from their profits. This is really, a win-win-win. And that's the whole point. And that's why we're really trying to so aggressively push forward in so many cities, and we're getting all this interest.
Very good. Okay, it looks like at least we can move it forward for staff to do its vetting and see what it takes to maybe become the second city that you guys have. So thank you very much, Michael and Elad, for your presentations and exciting concept. And hopefully we see each other again.
And
thank you, Mayor. Thank you for having us.
Okay, great.
Definitely.
Mayor Miyakishima, sorry, this is Mayor again. Just as a reminder, then ED had a short presentation with respect related to these initiatives as well.
I was talking with David. I think we're going to hold off on those, Barbara, and because we've got one more issue here, and yeah, that's getting a little bit late. And it just. Okay, so next is going to be the shade structures for Downtown Plaza for councilors Mincomo and Abeta Stuvey. We actually had this presentation probably 2 years ago, and there's like 3 options, and I don't see why we just couldn't take the biggest option and then just bring it down. But I'm sure that it would be nice to have a shade structure there at the plaza. So that's what this is all about. And so hopefully you two could use your wisdom and decide which type of structure we need. But we need something to keep that heat off everyone's head. So who's going to be doing this presentation?
Mr. Mayor, this is Liz Vega.
Okay. We're hearing a little bit of background in the noise in the background there, Liz. I don't know if that's
probably the ghost in my office. There's nothing on.
Really? Oh, that's weird.
Are you okay?
When you come on, it makes a little noise, but I guess we can deal with it.
Sorry about that. And I just have a brief presentation before I turn it over to the consultants. So let me go over that really quick and share my screen. So we'll start with a brief background. The conversation did start, like the mayor has said, November 2017. So a few concepts have already been brought to City Council. They ranged from small temporary structures like patio umbrellas to larger permanent shade structures. And these were brought in January of 2018 and March of 2018. It's also been presented to the Quality of Life Policy Review Committee in September of 2018. And it was decided then that we should go to an architectural design concept. And that's when Vigil and Associates was contracted to look at the shade structures. They did have a public input session earlier this year, March 11th, and they will present the findings of that shortly. The next steps will be to get input from city departments, especially Public Works and Parks and Recreation, for maintenance purposes and installation. And then we'll present the consensus to council. We will also have to identify funding for the gap between what we have budgeted and the final cost of the item. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Vigil and Associates. We have Ken Gutierrez and Ray Vigil.
Oh, thank you, Vic. Thank you, Liz. Appreciate it. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Can you speak up just a little bit there, Ken?
Yeah, sorry. Is that a little better?
Yes. I just need to state your name also, please.
Yeah, Ken Gutierrez. I'm with Vigil and Associates. I believe Ray Vigil is also on, but I've got control of the screen here, or at least I'm trying to get control of the screen here. Let's see.
Your dad wasn't Rosario Gutierrez, was he?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, so then I know you. I haven't seen you in a long time, but
It's a small world. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff. This is Ray Vigil. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you today.
Very much. Yeah. So to share my screen, I just hit desktop one, I assume. I apologize. I haven't shared it yet on this platform. Is that everybody see my screen?
We're not seeing nothing, but that's okay. I know you can design multi-million-dollar buildings, but to share a little document is hard. I don't even know how to share. I've tried it myself. I can't figure it out.
Here, this is David Masters, interim city manager. Ken, if you look at the bottom of your screen, there's going to be several icons where you see participants, share screen, record, reactions. Right at that button where it has the arrow, the green arrow pointing upward, that's the button that you hit to share screen, and then it'll give you the options to pick the screen that you want to share, and it'll be the one that you have as part of your PowerPoint. Do you see those buttons?
I do. It's not letting me share at the moment, but let me see what is going on here. Apologize, give me 1 second here. There we go. Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. Apologize for the delay there. Is everybody able to see the feasibility study in front of them?
Yes.
Excellent. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, thank you again for having us. We are delighted to present a feasibility study where we took some public input and turned that public input into some conceptual studies for the project and associated some costs for some of the options. So I'm going to take you through this feasibility study fairly quickly. I know we're pushing at the end here of our time.
Take your time, no problem. I figured you needed to go over this. We just had a lot of stuff today, but we're good.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll start with the project overview. So there's an introduction to some of the constraints within the project itself. I'll take you to this diagram right here. So you can see this is a site plan of the existing plaza. And we're identifying a location for the shade structure within the middle of the plaza. That's about a 60 by 120 rectangle, 60 feet by 120 feet. And we're looking at, we looked at several options. We have asked several questions. I'm going to run you through the public questions that were asked and some of the input we got through a live survey, which was really exciting. Of course, we always want to be able to design with flexibility and expansion in mind. We talked about several things during public input, but one of them is during the being able for the shade structure to be flexible at times for events like the Christmas tree or the chili drop, things of this nature. definitely would still need to occur within the plaza, so these shade structures would not impede those events. We also obviously want to match the motif that's already been established, beautiful motif downtown. We want to keep within those architectural elements and details. So I'm just going to roll through some of the questions that we asked the public. This happened on March 11th of this year, just right before we went into COVID. The first question that you're seeing is, are you in favor of placing a functional shading system at the De Las Cruces Plaza? And so that was obviously intentional. We wanted to make sure that there was a need for a shading system, at least in the public viewpoint. And of course, their answers were 73% yes and 27% no. We did ask this question again at the end of the presentation, just to self-check to make sure we were headed in the right direction. So one of the second question we asked is, how much of the plaza would you want to see shaded? Full shade, half shade, third shade on the east side, or a third shade on the west side were the options, A, B, and C. You can see the live survey revealed that B was the favorite, with shading on both sides and open in the middle. A was full shaded, was second, getting a larger shading effect. And you can see we're very conscious of the height of these pieces so that the perspective doesn't get obscured to the stage. Here's a three-dimensional rendering of that option. And here's the winter and summer solstice studies. Again, this is winter, 8 a.m., 12 p.m., 5 p.m. Summer solstice, 8 a.m., 12 p.m., 5 p.m. The final option we looked at was a retractable canvas system. And we had to talk to a few manufacturers about this, because we are talking about a fairly large system, but we did find a manufacturer in the US that actually does that can design these things in the 60 feet lengths that we need this to span. And the configuration, you can see the perspectives here. The configuration would look like this three-dimensional view. And they can retract, this particular company can retract the entire 60 feet in either direction, whichever direction we want it to go, or we can stop it at a certain point. They can have preset limits to that retractable location. Here's the winter and summer solstice shading studies for this system, 8 a.m., 12 p.m., 5 p.m. Again, this is winter. Here's summer, 8 a.m., 12 p.m., 5 p.m. And I'm sure everybody's very curious about costs at this point. And feel free to jump in with any questions, please.
So we'll let you finish and then we'll ask questions.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Option A. So this is the translucent panel system. And we did as much probable cost pricing as we could, preliminary probable cost pricing, given the preliminary design that we have. So this system's coming in at a little over $500,000. Again, if there's any questions, we could dive into some of those details of the cost. But again, you can see this does include estimated construction fees, permits, even this does include some soft costs like the city, the tax that would be associated to that project. It does not include any other soft costs, so however, you'll see the notes in here, because those would vary from, depending on what project was picked. So this option B, decorative metal panel system, it came in the highest of all three. Like I mentioned before, these systems are fairly new, and they're a little pricier than at any other typical panel system that you would see out there. So we're almost at $1 million for the decorative metal system. See there, 992,000. Option C, the retractable canvas system, came in at almost $800,000. And to be honest, this surprised us a bit. We were expecting this retractable option to be the highest of the three. But again, we did find a U.S. manufacturer that worked with us closely on these numbers. So we feel confident, at least at the preliminary level, that these costs are as best as we can get given the current design. So here's a list of the meeting attendance. This is all being included in the final feasibility study in the packet. And that concludes the study. I stand for questions.
Ken, did you give us the price for D and E, or maybe I missed that?
No, so we only did pricing. For A, B, and C. So yeah, that's correct.
Okay, can you review what A looks like, what B looks like, and what C looks like?
Sure.
Please.
Let me go back here. Apologies. So here's option A. How about I leave it here with three-dimensional views? Yeah.
Okay, that's A.
That's A right there. There is B, the decorative metal.
Okay.
Ken, and it would be fair to say that that option provides us more shade area, obviously.
It
part of the cost.
And that was Ray Vigil talking. Ray, if you don't mind when you jump in, yeah, it's just so that
Apologies.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes, Ray is absolutely correct. That this does have the most square footage of all of the options. That is one of the reasons why the cost is coming in the highest. So this is the option C, which is the retractable canvas system. And again, this one came in at about $800,000.
Okay, so let me just go to Councilor Beta Stuvi, who has her hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Gutierrez and Mr. Vigil for showing us all these options. I had a question. Was there any cost analysis done on the upkeep of the three options and how that related?
There was some discussion over it. I can tell you that this system right here that we have in front of us, the canvas system, is by far the most I guess the less durable, in that scale that we used. Of all the three options, this one would, our Southwestern Desert Sun would definitely put some havoc on this system. From what the manufacturer tells us, they do have a 10-year warranty. It is a limited warranty, but they do have a 10-year warranty on the material. This system would have to be replaced probably within the 10 or 15 years. just my instincts, my gut instincts. The metal panel system would definitely hold up the best. You've got a pre-finished metal panel that is just gonna have a longer lifespan than any of the other two systems. The translucent system, the cow wall, you probably see that on lots of buildings around Las Cruces. I believe there's some even there at City Hall. You know, cow wall, or at least some of the other manufacturers that make translucent panels. Ray, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but we can get 15-year warranty, I believe, on those.
Yes, to take a follow back, this is Ray V. Hill speaking. You know, one of the items, if you kind of go back to this particular one shown on the screen, this is, of all three that have been described, this is the one that's got the moving parts. So along with that comes, you know, you got wear and tear, you've got maintenance of this system. So when we're talking about replacement, though, in 10 years, we're only talking about the material costs for the canvas themselves. A big part of that cost, to be honest, not only is it the canvas material, but there's a significant amount of steel. You can imagine the amount of wind loads that you're going to have with these systems. So we have to really beef up the structural systems and pier support, if you will, to hold these pylons or columns. So some of that cost, it wouldn't be a full cost to replace it, but there would be generated costs, and of course, wear and tear within a warranty period. You know, obviously you have callbacks if there were some issues that were related to damage that maybe have been caused by the city. That'd be a different issue. However, you know, with a 10-year, most typical usage should be covered under that warranty. You're absolutely right, Ken, in terms of the longevity and the permanence that you see, which kind of follows the character of the other shade structures there on the plaza. They're more permanent. They don't really do anything with them. Once they're up, they're up. You know, that's, I'm talking about the metal. When you talk about the translucent panels there, they do happen to have an aged life where they also, you know, I think you're right, Ken. I think they were also 10 to 15 year on those panels.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, my concern with the canvas, I like the canvas a lot. That was going into this meeting. I envisioned canvas, but I'm concerned about not only the wear and tear, but you know, what happens if people rip holes in it? You know, do we have to send them out to get replaced? Can we just do you do patch jobs? And if so, will that start to look a little, I don't know, interesting if we have to start patching them up a lot? So that's a little bit of a concern I have. With one of the other options, which after going through this presentation, I actually really liked, with the metal, and I'm sorry, I'm thinking it was option 2. I really did like that. I assume that it's going to be kind of welded together, or the paneling and versus how it's held. Is that something where, do they also shift the paneling when it has to be replaced, or do you have to get rid of the whole structure and replace it?
Yeah, that's a great question. In both cases, they can replace just the section. In this case, it'd be the metal panel. I believe the metal panels come in 4x8 sheets. So yeah, we could replace sections, you know, as small as 4x8. In the canvas model, they also will replace it the smallest unit. I believe their sections were a 5x10. You're a 5x10 section. So yeah, and you're absolutely correct. Is if you did have some wear, let's say you had this in place for 5 to 7 years and you replaced it with a new section, you would definitely see a color change. But ultimately, it is a good thing that they're able to be able to just pull the module out and replace the unit that needs fixed. But you're absolutely correct. You would see some slight variation in color.
Thank you. And maybe this is for city staff. Was there an option that seemed to work out best for the city as well? Did they have a preference given the types of activities that we have at the plaza?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Stevens, this is Liz Vega on record.
Liz, can you speak up, please?
Can you hear me a little bit better now?
There's some echo in the background.
I was going to ask a question to Trevino, Public Works.
Yeah, you're echoing pretty bad.
Mayor, City Council, this is Tony Trevino with Public Works. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So with these options that we looked at, one of the major items that we considered were the events happening in the downtown area. One of the biggest events is the Christmas tree lighting, which is a huge Christmas tree that goes right in the center of this plaza. With this metal one that's on the screen right now, the center is open for an event to take place for that. The canvas, as it goes all the way across the plaza, kind of puts a hindrance on an event like that, because we got to have, even though the canvas is retracted, the steel cabling is still going across the plaza and will be there at all times. So we talked with staff, with economic development, and kind of talked about the different events they have, where the food trucks park, how these shades will affect the food trucks, the farmers market, and a lot of the other events going through the plaza throughout the year. Hence the different shading elements of the summer and winter solstice, of what time and what shade will be projected from these structures.
Okay. I see Dr. Martinez has her hand up as well.
Mayor, I didn't lower it before.
Oh, okay, no problem. Councilor Betastuvi, did you have more questions?
Yes, I was just, for me, I do tend to like this one, but I know it's one of the more expensive ones. I would like to know what type of upkeep prices are on all three, and like the longevity for each one to just balance out the options. But this one also, Mr. Gutierrez, you said that this one provides the most shade as well. Perhaps. Mr. Gutierrez, did this one, this was the option that provided the most shade, is that correct? And you're still on.
This is Gravy Hill. I think Ken had his phone on mute. Or
yeah, I'm back. Apologies. Yes, you are correct. The upkeep on this metal is and we have samples if anybody's interested in seeing them. It's a powder coated metal, and I don't recall the exact warranty on it, but you know, you're looking to get probably a 20-year warranty, something near that. And you're absolutely again correct. The square footage of the shading device itself, this is the highest. This had almost 5,000 square feet of shaded area. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The only other thought, and there's nothing that can be done about this, but we live in a desert. But just to think of that, it gets really hot outside. And even with the shade, that metal is going to get really hot. And so I think we'll just have to make sure if we go about this, do we have to have signage about the metal being potentially hot enough to burn a hand or anything like that? Just an idea. But that's all I have for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Vasquez, and then Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for this presentation. I think this is really great the way that this was presented. Kudos to you guys for the type of community outreach that you did, narrowing it down to these options based on what the public wanted and putting it within the parameters, I think, of what the council discussed some time back of what we wanted to see there and the considerations for things like the Christmas tree and the chili drop, and having the flexibility and ability to bring things into the plaza in the future is important. So thank you for doing that. Yeah, I'm thinking about the maintenance costs on that canvas option and the replacement costs, and I'm almost wanting to rule that out for myself personally, just because I think it's cost prohibitive just to think about having to replace a structure like that every 10 years, if not sooner, because our sun, I mean, it just has the ability to eat things up so quickly, and with all the mechanical and moving parts, I could see those malfunctioning well before those 10 years as well, and us having to fix those. Although I think it's a good option to have a removable or retractable type of shade structure, I just think that the maintenance costs on that are just a little bit cost prohibitive in terms of having to continue to reinvest in the shade. The first option is the most economical. Although I think I was surprised at just the cost on all of these, but doesn't seem to provide a whole lot of shade, especially during the summer hours in the afternoon when potentially you want to have those outdoor events, right, at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and you're thinking about a summer concert series, or you're thinking about some type of public event. That's really when the shade is needed at the hottest point of the year. During potentially 5 or 6 o'clock or something like that. That's really why we're doing this. And so the option B with the metal structure, with the most shade, and maybe an option for something engraved or etched into that metal that has something that is potentially also a public art piece, is something that is attractive to me. Unfortunately, it's also the most expensive, but if I heard you correctly, it also probably has the longest maintenance and the longest life and least amount of maintenance, if it holds up as it should. Agree with Councilor Alita Stuvey about the metal heating up. I think we have that issue on some playgrounds and some other equipment that we've kind of built in the past that we definitely might have to figure out what we do to protect the public from getting burnt by any of those metal structures there. But I think in the long term, it seems like option B is the most feasible, despite it being the most expensive up front. It seems like it might have the least maintenance cost. But the other piece I really like is just that that public art element. If we can turn this thing into something that's recognizable and something that adds to the beauty and that says a little bit more about our plaza and our downtown, then I think we're not just getting a shade structure, we're also getting a public art piece for the same in the same project. And I think that's worth it for what it's for what it costs. With that, I don't think I have any other questions, but just wanted to kind of vouch for that option. So thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Looks like Councilor Bencomo next.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, thank you so much for this great presentation. Do you know what's funny is that I think this one you have on the screen right now is actually my least favorite. Although I might have been one of those crazies that would have voted no on shade structures in the plaza. I am one to believe that, we live in the desert and the sun is unavoidable, and it is one of the most beautiful things about southern New Mexico. But because such a big number of people wanted shade, I think it's good that we respect that. Do you know what's funny also is I'm really glad that Tony jumped in, because all I kept thinking about was the Christmas tree and how incredible that event is and important, and New Year's and how many folks it attracts. Obviously, we don't know what that's going to look like this year, but so for me, what's really important is that that they're not permanent. That I like the retractable one. Of course, I think it's important that I didn't think about the wires that would be there permanently. For me, some sort of retractable option would be the best. And if they are going to be permanent, I absolutely think it should be somehow sustainable. Perhaps even, something relating to the businesses around downtown and how some of those solar panels can impact and support those businesses, or even the courthouse. I don't know, right? But I think if they're going to be permanent structures, that we absolutely should look into how they can be sustainable and green and efficient for the surrounding community. I'm sorry, can you show the first option again?
First, you bet. Oops, one more.
Was that it? I thought there was a different one.
Yeah, one more, sorry. Here we go. This is the translucent panel. Here you go.
Yeah, I mean, for me, something that, I mean, again, right, like this is the outdoors. We live in the desert. I think something that can still hold on to the beauty of the plaza without putting a lot more metal on it, I think is important. Although I understand why people want shading. I guess I don't really have a question. I just, I think it's important that we consider some of the biggest events that are had at the plaza, and how those will be impacted by more permanent structures. I think that could really deter and take away from events like the around the holidays. Thanks, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gondara. And Mayor Pro Tem, let me ask you, I'm starting to, let me just ask you this, and let me just tell Ken Gutierrez and Ray Rivera, thank you, Vigil, thank you very much for this presentation. It's excellent. These are great pictures. But let me ask Mayor Pro Tem, because Councilor Sorg wasn't on the line anymore. Maybe it was been longer. Maybe you guys had just came on board, or right before you guys. When I say you guys, Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Gondara and Councilor Vasquez. But I'm thinking that the shade structures that was originally shown to us are different than these, and these are really nice. But I was texting David that, what happened to the other ones as well, because I think it's. In all fairness to you all, you need to see what was kind of, I wouldn't say tabled, but was also discussed, because it was, remember how I talked about how we could have just bought it all and then we could retract it back like when we needed to. Looks like Dr. Martinez just, did you have something you'd like to say, Dr. Martinez?
Griselda Martinez, Economic Development Director, for the record. Mr. Mayor, the previous structures were big umbrellas and they were not permanent. So the considerations for those to be evaluated included personnel, staff, time to take them, to put them in place and then to take them down. And based on the feedback from when we presented that before council, none of the options were really attractive to you all as council body. So that's why we went back to the drawing board and provided the feedback that we had received from you, and then came up with these options.
Yeah, I think I need to kind of correct that. First off, they weren't big umbrellas. They were shade structures. They may have looked like umbrellas, but they were large shade structures. And it wasn't that the council liked them. They just couldn't figure out which just like this, which A, B, or C that they wanted to go with. And so that's, I just felt that if those were still even available to throw it into the mix, I think it's only fair that the new council, if Mayor Pro Tem Gondara is not aware of that, that means at least 4 council members haven't seen what Councilor Sorg and I saw. And throw in Councilor Flores, that makes 5 actually. Anyways, thank you for that, Dr. Martinez. Let me go to Mayor Pro Tem Gondara. If she doesn't recall what the first options were way back when, then it must have happened right before she took office. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Vigil, and Ken, appreciate all the work. Yes, Mayor, I do remember the presentation. I think there were a number of things that happened. I agree that it was upon my my first term. So 2015, 2016, I believe. And I think there were a number of options, and I do remember the umbrellas, but I also remember a different, like you said, a shade structure. I think one of the things, if I remember correctly, was that we wanted to incorporate, we wanted an art element to it, and we weren't getting sort of that from the options that were first given to us. And so we asked for staff to go back to the drawing board to re-examine what that might look like, always considering the events with the tree, because at that point, if you recall, the tree lighting ceremony did not happen at the plaza. It happened in front, or kind of by the library and city hall, if you will. And that first year that we brought the tree to the plaza, it was such a hit and has continued to be so well attended. And so I just want our newer counselors to be aware that those were things that we wanted for staff and the consultants to take under consideration. So the tree lighting, the chili drop, but also I've been to many events over there, over in the plaza, and it gets really warm. And I'm all for sun and desert and love all that whatnot, but it's hard to sit in there because what you see is people, as the sun, right, is beating down, they're finding as much shade as they can, and really that middle is not being used appropriately. And then as soon as the sun is going down and the shade gets, a little wider and into the middle of the plaza, people start to move their chairs over. And even in nice events where we've offered chairs are not used because it's just too hot. And so I do want to honor all the work that's been done. I did participate. I was one of the ones of the 20-something odd people participated in that public comment opportunity. And so I feel a little uncomfortable, Mayor, adding those others to the mix because that wasn't something that we added to the mix when we went into public comment. I do want to say that I like the whole retractable component. And I'm a bit disappointed that we didn't get prices for the solar, because if anything, we should do that. It just makes sense to me to have solar panels down there. And I'm not sure if that could be done with the entity or the group, Mayor, and the name is escaping me at this moment, that would be a possibility to do with the group that we just went into business with around the evaluations and the solar panels.
Oh, Johnson Control?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. Johnson's Control. I knew it was the last name, but I couldn't remember it right offhand. So I'm not sure if that's maybe an avenue to pursue. And the other thing is I worry, like others, about the metal structure and the heat. But Mr. Gutierrez, aren't those metal made up of a component enough to withstand the heat and try to mitigate the heat?
Yeah, you're correct. They're also high enough that the heat would not be dissipating at the human scale. So that would be another benefit to the decorative panel system. Just for information, we did prior to the in between the public input and city staff meeting, we did discuss the solar option. We did some preliminary pricing with this specific option that we're looking at right now, just option A, and just using solar panels in this configuration. We were getting some initial, and when you're dealing with solar, there's a lot of factors involved, obviously.
Sure.
So one of the biggest factors is the battery component. So without any battery generation, just pure energy back into the grid, or using the energy instantaneously. We were looking at costs between $1.5 and $2 million for this option right here.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think that's important to weigh in, that if we're thinking long range, kind of visionary in terms of our solar sustainability, that to me is really important. I don't know if Mayor, the way we pay for it, I guess I have to ask Dab. I know we have some money in the bank, in the savings account. Well, what does that look like? How much is that? I don't recall the amount.
I wonder if we can use TID money for that.
I was going to say TID and Mayor, like the arts and cultural district funding, if we put an art element to that, are those options that we might be able to pull from?
I don't know. I would think this would probably fall to Dr. Martinez's department.
Yeah. So my first question is, how much money do we have in our little kitty fund? Because we have some money, right?
Yes, I'm sure we do. Dr. Martinez?
Yes, Griselda Martinez for the record. About the
And can you talk a little louder, Dr. Martinez? You're being real. I can't hear you very well.
My apologies. I'm having technical issues with my computer. Can you hear me there?
It's better.
I believe the fund balance in the TID fund is about $960,000. And for this item to be considered, we will have to go back to the board for this to be included as one of the priorities. For the Arts and Cultural District, Councilor Gandara, we will have to speak to the Arts and Cultural District group and see if they are amendable to this. For that, we have the state appropriation was $1 million, and some of that has already been spent. So if we're talking about the couple of $1 million that Mr. Gutierrez mentioned, in either one of the funds, we will have sufficient funding.
So thank you, Dr. Martinez. I thought we had some money set aside though for the shade structure.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have currently $150,000 for the shading structure.
Okay, all right. So we have to raise some money, huh? Or get it from somewhere.
Mayor Pro Tem, one of the items that we had in our presentation was that one. Once we had guidance from City Council, it was to evaluate the cost of that selected option, and then work the details for the gap in between the budgeted amount and the projected amount for the building.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Martinez. I appreciate it. Yeah, I as for me, two other points, Mayor. I know Lisa LaRock has been doing heat surveying, especially over in Councilor Vasquez's area, and I wonder what it looks like currently, what the heat index looks like there, what would happen if we put a structure like the one we're seeing now with solar panels, if it would reduce that and add some more trees and whatnot, if we can reduce that heat index anymore with the solar panels. For me, that's my first option. And I do like the metal option. I wish that it was retractable because I think that's also important. So I don't know how helpful that was, but I think I had more questions than anything.
Do you like option B? Is that what you're saying, Mayor Pro Tem?
Is it, Mayor, is what, this is A, okay? Yeah, I mean, my first is for solar. If we can get the solar panels with an art option, I think that would be my first preference. But I do, B is, I like the metal structure too. But that's not retractable, correct?
No, I don't believe so. It looked like.
That's correct. It is not retractable.
Yeah.
And you were thinking of putting solar panels on top of those?
No, that would be good. I would like, when I see the first option, it reminds me more of how solar panels, the option A.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I will tell you that Councillor Sorg is not with us. His internet went down, and then of course Councillor Flores is out. So there's 5 of us here, and for us to kind of move forward with a design, we probably would need 4 people to support one particular option to have staff move forward in that direction. So we can either see what the others are thinking. I kind of would agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem. If we're going to do it, might as well just get the one that provides the most shade, because the other ones, they just don't provide the shade. I would probably go with B as well, but let's see what the others think. Councillor Abeyta-Stuvy, Vasquez, and Bencomo, you guys want to jump in?
Mr. Mayor, this is Councilor Abeyta-Stuvy. My preference was for B.
Oh, it was for B? Okay. Councillor Vasquez?
Yep. Mine was for B as well.
Oh, okay. Good. And Councillor Bencomo?
Mine wasn't, but for the sake of consensus, I think moving the project forward, I can support it. I mean, I would love to see maybe a big ol' chili drop on pretend one, or a Christmas tree on it. I don't know. I can't get out of my head about some of the biggest crowd drawing events and how some of these bigger shades will impact it. But I will support this.
Yeah, I think aesthetically this one looks, the way you guys have it laid out, same color. It looks like it was designed to be, there on the plaza. So, and then maybe one of these days when those trees in about 20 years get big, we'll be able to have a little more shade too.
Mayor, this is Ray Vigil. If I could have a quick second to
sure.
Under that, Councilman Bencomo, just to address your concerns. If you'll notice, the organization of all these concepts, including the one you see here on your screen, is actually configured that such to support those activities that you described. The area right in the center of those 4 is approximately where where your Christmas tree would be erected. So it would be, if you can envision that, a tree projected right at the intersection of those 4 quadrants. That's where your Christmas tree would be located.
I don't know if she heard you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I just gave a thumbs up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I will tell you this much, Ray and Ken, your designs were, I think, a little bit better than the other ones, but I just, thought I'd mention that the other ones were wondered where they had gone. So, okay, well, then it looks like consensus is to move in that direction and have staff figure out how to pay for it. But we need shade. It's just too hot, especially now with it. Would be nice. Well, of course, we're not really out there, but hopefully by next year. When? So if we were to move forward, when would these things be constructed?
Of course, it would depend on the procurement method, but we would need probably 3 to 6 months for design and construction. Obviously, the plaza is in use, so we would have to work with city staff to prepare a package that would work in a phased system. So Ray, again, you could probably chime in, but I'm guessing construction on this because we're going to have to do some pretty heavy foundation work. We'd probably be looking at 9 months. What do you think, Ray?
Yeah, no, I actually think it could be done in less, but it is a factor in terms of the phasing. We would want to work closely with the local merchants and make sure, and staff, to make sure we don't interrupt their, impact their seasonal operations. So if you would, for example, we might be able to segment half the plaza, either the east or the west, to work with them what would work better, north or south, to where maybe we erect and start putting foundations in on one end, be able to do a public safety perimeter around that to allow some of that construction. Once, maybe it even comes up, when I say phases, maybe you end up with the column structure up first, and then they come back later, and then the panels get attached. So it is a very complex schedule, Mayor, but we could probably assist you in putting together a pretty detailed a schedule with that. I think that it shouldn't take 9 months unless we phase it and have a long duration to have pauses and breaks. So I really think it should be more around the neighborhood of maybe 4 or 5 months construction, and maybe around the neighborhood of 3 to 4 months at the most, and going through approvals and processes on design.
Okay, and it looks like Tony Trevino from the city wants to jump in real quick.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Again, this is Tony Trevino, Interim Deputy Director of Public Works. Mr. Gutierrez was correct. The design of the structures is fairly straightforward. However, this project was just for a conceptual level of what we can fit there, what the public wanted, what they wanted to see. However, we still need to coordinate with the Facilities and Management Department or section and kind of see, there's a lot of underground utilities, some connections. I know there is some outlets, some power plugins that some more vendors wanted to see along some of those edges. So there's be some coordination with a lot of the farmers market and other stakeholders in this area to make sure we wouldn't go in there and tear up some of this base right here, that we accommodate everybody for the future. Because I know some food trucks want some power, how we can move some of these benches and have them kind of more appropriately sit in there. So there's going to be some logistics on our side still before we get into the structural design of this. So just want to kind of state that the design structurally is there, but there's some other logistics that need to be taken care of also with economic development and the stakeholders.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions from council? Okay, and I guess let's move forward with option B and surprise Councilors Sorg and Flores when they get back. So, okay. All right, well, thank you, Ken and Ray. We appreciate your presentation, and the design was very nice. So,
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Beta Stubbe? Okay. Motion made by Councilor Beta Stubbe, second by Councilor Vasquez, that we adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, we're adjourned at 6:28 p.m. Thanks. Have a good evening.
You too.
Good night. Good night, Mayor.
Good night.
Everybody.